Yes. Thank you, Jeff. Welcome, everybody, in person and online, to the May 25th, 2022 meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission. Before we launch into the agenda, I'm going to turn it over, I think, to Becky Pepper to read the rules of this meeting.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. My name is Becky Pepper, Planning Manager. Joining me here in the City Commission room is Jeff Crick, Planning and Development Services Director. Kyle Kobe is also helping facilitate this Zoom portion of tonight's meeting via Zoom, and we'll work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. Before we begin, a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and channel Cable 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you're not speaking. The chat function for this meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to the Zoom facilitator. Unless you're participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You'll still be able to hear the meeting, and when you are participating, please turn your video off. If you have any, or turn your video on, and if you have any trouble, you can send a chat to the Zoom facilitator. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions. And with that, I'll turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you, Becky. Before we launch into the meeting minutes to consider those, I do want to point out the fact that tonight is the last meeting for 3 of our commissioners. Sometimes we wait to the end of the meeting to do this, but I thought it'd be worthwhile doing at the beginning to give you all the due consideration and appreciation that you deserve. So tonight will be the last meeting, and the longest serving member of the commission that is going to be stepping down is Commissioner Butler. Commissioner Butler picked up, I think, filled out a term that was unexpired and then served 2 full terms on the commission. So more than 6 years. Has it been?
Oh, it's been a long time.
Yeah. But I've always appreciated Commissioner Butler's comments, questions that she's asked. I've always found them to be clarifying. I think during these meetings, the amount of public comments that we can receive, the discussion amongst the commission, sometimes it can feel like it's a lot and might start sounding like white noise. But I've always felt that when Commissioner Butler speaks up and asks a question, either to an applicant, to another commissioner, or to a member of the public, it's always sort of seems to cut through everything and just sort of makes everything very clear again. And I've appreciated that. I think that's probably a product of her day job a little bit. I've appreciated your time on the board, and I thank you for that. The other one, the next longest serving member who's departing after tonight, is Commissioner Karen Willey. I think one thing that jumps out to me about Commissioner Willey is she had the enviable or maybe unenviable task of shepherding the Plan 2040 through the process of comment and discussion in front of the Planning Commission. That seemed like a lot to figure out and to handle. And I thought she did a remarkable job of navigating that, of taking into account the various public comments and the discussion with the commission and doing something that seemed monumental. And I remember the first meeting when we considered that, I think I told Commissioner Willie this, I was like, well, this plan looks great, and no, we spent a very long time going over that. And I think a lot of that was in part, because of Commissioner Willie's work and thoughtfulness in that process. In addition to that, I mean, Commissioner Willie has brought a perspective, I think that's really unique, sort of a rural perspective, a business owner's perspective, entrepreneurial perspective, and then sort of the scientific expertise in some areas. And I think that will be missed. So thank you for all that. And then the last one is Commissioner Greg Shanklin, who is our newest commissioner. Well, I guess second newest. Yeah. Commissioner Thomas, you arrived after, but both of you joined during the pandemic and during the time when we were just meeting by Zoom. And I feel like has been unfortunate. So this is the first time I've seen Commissioner Shanklin in person. Crazy. But I thought since you joined, Commissioner Shanklin, I thought you filled in for a commissioner who left before the end of his term, and I thought you hit the ground running. And I always appreciated the perspective you brought from your background in real estate and your law background, and always had very insightful comments. And I personally really appreciated your passionate positions you took on issues like, increased density and things like that. I think that was a voice and a perspective that was worthwhile to have on the board. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that. I think Commissioner Willie and Commissioner Butler received certificates of appreciation for the time on here, and I think one will be in the works for you, Commissioner Shanklin. But I did want to open it up to other commissioners, just while we have the opportunity, if anybody else wanted to say anything about these departing commissioners, and then maybe give them a brief opportunity to comment as well. Is there any other planning commissioner that wants to say anything? Go ahead, Commissioner Ashworth.
Commissioner Ashworth there, I just want to say my thanks and appreciation. We're going to miss all these commissioners.
Commissioner Ashworth, just 1 second. We can't hear you in the room.
Go on.
Pause your comments. Anybody else? Any other commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad.
I might have the same problem. Can you hear me?
Pause. We also cannot hear you.
Oh, okay.
All right. We can hear on Zoom. We can hear each other.
Yes, we can hear each other on Zoom.
Yeah. All right.
I think you can probably, everybody on the call can probably hear you, but we cannot hear you here. We might. Oh, I think that worked. Whatever happened. Go ahead, Commissioner Ashworth.
So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad it wasn't my fault. I'm not sure I've been able to fix that. Oh, I just wanted to add my thanks to each of these commissioners for taking the time to do this and to do this public service. It's a lot of work, some late evenings, but all three of these really put the effort in to read what was going on and to provide thoughtful comments, each from their own perspectives and expertise. And I just want to say I really appreciate them, and we will miss them in the coming year. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Rexroad, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, just quickly, a heartfelt thanks to all three. I've learned a great deal from you in a short amount of time, and thank you for setting a standard of excellence and what it means to be a commissioner and a servant for the people. High bar for all of us. Thank you.
Any other commissioners want to take this opportunity? Go ahead, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, David Carter, Commissioner. I'm not going to say anything original, but just also to offer heartfelt thanks and to follow up on Commissioner Rexroad. I have learned a great deal from the example that each of them has set in their own way. And I have tried to adapt my own approach to participation as a commissioner based on the kinds of strengths that each of them has shown. So thanks for guiding my own conduct as a commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
He's not looking in the room because
I know that I'm so used to there are people. Were you raising your hand, Commissioner Carpenter?
anyway, I just want to say, Commissioner Shanklin, I think this is the first time we've been in the room together too.
Yes.
But just in the time you've been here, you've made me rethink quite a few things just by the perspective you brought. So I want to thank you for that. It always helps, all the different perspectives, and it's had to sharpen some arguments too. So that's always really good. And Julia, I don't know what to say. I hope you forgive me for talking you into re-upping for the last 3 years, but I've certainly been happy that you've been here. And fortunately, I still get to see you pretty regularly. So
Thank you.
that's good. And we did have some fun, but unfortunately, we don't see telecommunications towers too much anymore because those were always the most fun. So thanks for all of that. And Karen, thanks for letting me be your vice chair through Plan 2040. And thanks for all the work you put in on the solar regulations. And everything that you've taught all of us in about thinking about county issues over the time. There have been a couple of people on this board that have really opened the eyes of the rest of us and how we view some of these issues that come in front of us. And I think you're kind of at the forefront of that right now as far as the county issues go. So thanks for all the time you put in. And I guess, Julia, now I'm the oldest member on the
Yes.
commission. So, but thanks again to all three of you. You're going to all be missed. So, but we'll rope you into some other committees or something.
That's right.
Because none of you can say no.
Anybody else? Well, we have the opportunity. Yeah, were you raising your hand? I was going to ask if the departing commissioners wanted to make any comments before we move on.
I just want to say it's been an honor to serve, and it's certainly been an honor to serve with all of you. And thank you to the public for indulging us in this kind of internal moment here.
No thanks.
Okay.
The same goes for me. Thanks to staff and everybody on the commission. It's been a pleasure, and I learned a lot from all of you in my short 20 months. And wish you all well.
Thank you.
Has it been that long?
It has. And I was at every meeting.
That's a perfect record. Well, thank you. Thank you all. It's appreciated. And I echo Commissioner Willie's comments, the members of the public here in person and then online. Thank you for that. Sometimes those sorts of things get shuffled to the end when everyone's tired, and it's a long commitment. There's a lot of time involved. It's good to recognize that, I think. So we'll proceed forward. But I did just want to just give sort of a thumbnail sketch of how the evening will proceed. So we have a little bit of housekeeping to go through, which will just involve proceeding through items B, C, and D on the list primarily of the agenda. Once that's done, there will be a time at the end and before we start hearing our specific agenda items to have some public comment. If people want to offer public comment about things that are not on the agenda for discussion tonight, there will be an opportunity before we launch into the specific agenda items for you to talk for 3 minutes if you'd like. Once we're past that, we'll take up each agenda item individually. And what will happen is a member of the planning staff will make a presentation about the particular item. And then after that, there will be an opportunity for the applicant or applicants, if they wish, to take up to 10 minutes to talk about the application if they'd like. After that, we'll open it up to public comment on each item. And for public comment, there will be 3 minutes for each individual or representative of an organization. We'll go through the public comment, and then the applicant will have another opportunity to take up to 5 minutes to offer responsive thoughts to those. Once that's complete, we'll bring it up to the commission and discuss, and may have questions for you members of the public who are on the call or in person. So it'd be great if you had the time, if you could hang around for that discussion. So that's kind of the process and what's going to happen tonight. I will turn then to the first thing we as a commission need to consider, and that's the meeting minutes from our April 25th and 27th meeting. Does any commissioners have any changes they'd like to make to those? Or I would accept a motion to approve them.
I move that we approve the April 25th, 2022 meeting minutes.
And the April 27th one.
I wasn't here for April 27th, but I could.
Would anyone like to tag on to that so we can cover the procedural basis on that?
Would also like to approve the April 27th
Great.
minutes.
So we have a meeting motions to approve both of those. How about a second? Commissioner Shanklin seconded both the motions. Is that okay, yes. Jeff? Procedurally, are we audible?
We need a motion and a second for each one if we're breaking them up.
I will amend my motion to include the April 27th, 2022 minutes.
Okay.
And then I'll second it.
Second the amended motion?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a vote on that, Jeff?
Certainly. Commissioner Ashworth?
Abstain. I was not here for those meetings.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Abstain. I was not present for those meetings.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Abstain.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 with 3 abstentions.
Thank you. Procedurally speaking, I think we have an extra motion pending. Does it need to be withdrawn?
Withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Okay, the next thing is to consider any reports from any committees that have met over the past month. Are there any commissioners that have any reports to make for any committees that have been meeting?
I'm a little out of line here, but I have to make a report that the LISA committee not only has not met, but it's losing 2 of its 4 members here shortly. And we had nearly come to some conclusions. So maybe we can pass those off to the remaining 2 members who can report on that finally next month.
That's a good point. Okay.
Oh, and the final report from the ad hoc subcommittee on solar is that the county commission passed it when it came back. So we're in a position to dissolve the ad hoc committee tonight when we get to that part of the agenda.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter. Jeff, I assume the departing members who are on the LISA committee can be addressed at the June meeting if we need to reappoint or just entertain a report from the remaining ones.
Yeah, we can hold that over to June.
Okay. Any other reports, commissioners? Sure, look this way. Okay, not seeing any. We'll move to the section D of the agenda, communications. Excuse me. Jeff, are there any written communications from the public that we need to receive?
All the communications were included as part of your packet this evening.
Thank you. How about written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners to receive?
None this evening.
Are there any written actions of waiver requests or determinations from the city engineer?
Also none.
Very good. Are there any commissioners that need to disclose ex parte communications? Commissioner Ashworth, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner Ashworth. One declaration, I was, as part of my day job, was on the property north of item number 4 and had a conversation with the landowner there. It did not involve the application at hand.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Any others? Okay. Are there any commissioners that need to abstain from a specific agenda item tonight? Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
It's a fairly tenuous connection, but for item number 2, I will need to abstain. I do know all of the parties involved, but what puts it over the edge is that the attorney for the Hebes, which is Rick Hurd, that had a letter in our packet, serves on the board for the fire department where I serve, and there is a small amount of pay involved with that, so I will abstain from that item.
Thank you, Commissioner Willie. Any others from the commission? I needed to declare an abstention. I'm going to abstain from item number 1. I recognize the names of the applicants. At a previous job, I was involved in litigation with those individuals, so as an attorney. So I would like to just not be involved, just to avoid the appearance that that would cloud my judgment in any way. Okay, so with that, having taken care of those things, now's the time to entertain general public comment. And this, as I alluded to earlier, is the time, if there are any people on the Zoom call or here in person that want to offer 3 minutes of public comment on anything that's not related to the items we're going to take up in here later, now's your time. If there's anyone in person, if you wouldn't mind approaching the podium, stating your name and address. I don't see anybody jumping at that opportunity. Is there anybody on the Zoom call that would like to take this opportunity to offer general public comment?
There does not appear to be anyone on Zoom.
Thank you very much. Then with that, we will move on to our regular agenda, and I will recess the meeting of the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission and convene a joint meeting with the Baldwin City Planning Commission. So welcome everybody to the joint meeting with the Baldwin City Planning Commission, and I'm going to turn it over to the vice chair while I step out for this item.
Good evening, Sharon Ashworth, Vice Chair Planning Commission. Do we have any members of the Baldwin City Planning Commission with us this evening?
This is Catherine Weeks, staff. I don't believe the Baldwin City zoning director had indicated to me that they would not be attending this meeting.
All right, then we will go ahead and move forward to consider approving a conditional use permit for equipment storage heavy use located at 564 East 1550 Road. Staff planner Catherine Week will make the presentation.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. Catherine Week, planner. I'm here to present the first item, CUP 22-00094 for the property located at 564 North 1550 Road. This is a request for a CUP or conditional use permit to include the exterior storage associated with what was a home-based business located on this property. So the key points for this particular conditional use permit request: the property is zoned AG1 under the new codes adopted for the county in February of 2020. Any exterior storage can no longer be under the umbrella of a home occupation. So that does need to be encompassed with a conditional use permit. So the applicants at this property are coming before the commission to proceed with a conditional use permit for a use that is currently existing on the site. There is a rural residence on this property and a horse farm, and also the area that is used for the storage of construction equipment that was associated with that home-based business registration. So in analyzing the criteria for a conditional use permit, staff does find that it can potentially meet all of those criteria with some conditions that are appropriate for a heavy equipment storage use. It should be noted that conditional use permits do not change the underlying zoning for the district. Conditional use permits are just a tool to make sure that uses that are proposed for a property can meet and be compatible with zoning and nearby uses in the area. The property would still be suitable for all the uses that are permitted in the AG1 zoning district if for some reason this particular use were to cease on the property. So it doesn't change the zoning. It analyzes whether additional use can be appropriate. And so all of the uses that exist currently on the property are going to remain. And again, there is an existing storage area that was associated with that home-based business, and that will continue. It is already gravelled and partially fenced. One of the conditions that staff has outlined is that a small section of fence that's missing at the southwest corner of that enclosure area should be extended and completed so that it's fully screened. I would be happy to stand for any questions or clarifications on any of the criteria. I'm not sure if the applicants are present. Doesn't look like they're on the Zoom call, but they may be in the room. So if they are, hopefully they can answer any additional questions if you may have them as well.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. Do we have an applicant in the room?
Yes.
We'll have 10 minutes to present the application.
If you need, there's a button on the side that'll raise the podium if you need that.
Oh, it's okay. I won't stay here long because I'm not good at this. But everything she said's correct, and we're okay with extending the fence. And we've been there for 24 years doing concrete construction of some sort on the property. And now we're just trying to abide by what the county wants. So any questions? Most all my employees take their vehicles home, so it's not a bunch of traffic. There's one vehicle that stays on the property each night. But other than that, it's the bigger vehicles that stay there plus the storage. But that's all I have.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Gish, if I got that right. Now we ask for any public comment on this item. Is there anybody in the room who wishes to comment on this for three minutes? Anybody on the Zoom call that wishes to comment on this item? Kyle, do we have anybody at all?
There do not appear to be any hands raised on Zoom. Yeah.
I'm not seeing anybody, sorry.
Okay, great. So we'll move it back. We'll move it to the commission now for discussion. Who would like to open discussion of this item? Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you. Question for the applicant. Hey, first of all, congratulations on the success of your business. Looks like you've grown from small home base to something more substantial there. I took a drive out through there and great location, great operation. What I'm wondering is, do you anticipate the size of your organization, your operation growing further into that space? Just kind of trying to get a sense for how large you think this might become over time. And I'm asking that in the context of impact on the neighbors and the roads and the traffic that might be going through there. Can you share your thoughts on that, Mr. Gish?
I don't see what we're doing with the yard becoming bigger. I think it's going to stay the same. That's the way I see it.
Okay.
In the way of big vehicles and stuff. Because I said, like the trucks and trailers and stuff go home with employees.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, sir.
Other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Carpenter.
I just have one question for either Catherine or Becky or Jeff. One of the staff recommended conditions is that this be for the storage of construction equipment associated with the property owner's construction business, All Construct LLC. What happens during the proposed 10-year term if All Construct LLC goes out of business or morphs into a new business? What happens with the CUP?
So I may be able to answer that. So this conditional use permit is associated with the business. If they were to go out of business, there in theory would not be the need for the conditional use permit at this location anymore. So if they were to change their name, they could go before the county and just let them know that there was going to be a name change of some sort if they were reincorporating under a different name. I don't know that they all construct naming in the condition. If that's what your question, if that's a concern, we can kind of tweak it to address that.
That is my one question, because this is a little bit different from others we've seen, that it specifically names one corporation by name. So, if they were to dissolve this business and reconstitute as a new business doing exactly the same thing with a new name, I guess your answer is they would just go get an okay from this county commission?
Yeah, that would be the process. Basically, it would be going before the county commission to amend a condition. I don't foresee that would be a big issue, but if you have a concern, we could certainly tweak that condition to leave the business property owner.
That answered my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Willie.
I have a question for Jeff or Becky or whoever would like to take this one. We started a conversation at our last meeting about what it would take to open a text amendment to look at the rural home business regulations and see how much of that really maybe should be administrative and save people a public process if possible. What's the status of that moving forward? Were we going to get a report from Tanya or a specific request?
Yeah, we were going to get a request from Tanya and more information to follow up to help initiate that amendment. It's currently in the works. We just didn't have time to get it for you this month.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious to see how we can make the process a little bit more streamlined for people and just have a discussion about what is appropriate for a home business, what isn't appropriate for a home business, and when it really has to cross the line and come for a public process and when maybe it might not have to. So just trying to keep the businesses that we have afloat and but also have the public process when we need to for the neighbors. So thank you for that.
Chair Nash with Planning Commission. Are there any further comments? And if there's no further discussion from the commission, would somebody care to give a motion? Commissioner Willie?
Can I ask one more question? Mr. Gish, do you mind asking a question? The concrete business that you have, location-wise, where do you serve? Is that in the rural area in Baldwin and Lawrence, or kind of all over?
Mainly in Lawrence, but only Douglas County. We don't go outside Douglas County.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no further discussion, can I have a motion? Does anybody want to make a motion on this particular item from the commission? Commissioner Rexroad.
Sure, I would be glad to do that. Let me get to the right spot here. I recommend approval of a conditional use permit CUP 22-00094 for equipment storage heavy use located at 564 East 1550 Road. Per the staff findings and the conditions noted in the staff report, forward on to the County Commission for approval.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Butler is seconding.
I'm not on the screen, so.
Okay, I gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Jeff, can we have the roll, please?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes?
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you all. At this point, I will adjourn the joint meeting with the Baldwin City Planning Commission and reconvene the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Commission, and welcome back Chair Sinclair.
Bye.
It'll take us to item number 2, which is to consider rescinding minimum maintenance road designation for a portion of East 750 Road from 742N to North 766 Road in Marion Township. And I believe we have Avery Kerner to present.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Avery Kerner, and I am a planner with the City County Planning Division. This next item before you this evening is the consideration of a request to rescind the minimum maintenance road designation from a portion of East 750 Road located in Marion Township. The action required of the Planning Commission tonight is to provide and forward a recommendation on this request to the Board of County Commissioners. This request was made and submitted to the Douglas County Public Works Department by a property owner adjacent to the subject portion of East 750 Road. A location map showing the segment of East 750 Road that's proposed to be reverted back to full maintenance status has been provided with the staff report for this item in this evening's packet. East 750 Road was opened in 1913 and later declared a minimum maintenance road by the County Commission in 2001. Minimum maintenance roads are open public roads that receive little to no routine maintenance. These roads are primarily used for farm equipment, and while they can be used to access property, they cannot be used to provide access to a residence. Kansas statute allows for certain roads to be declared minimum maintenance and authorizes the Board of County Commissioners to be the final decision-making body when it comes to deciding if a road should or should not be declared minimum maintenance. In Chapter 9 of the County Code, guidelines have been established for minimum maintenance roads to assist the Board of County Commissioners in making a decision on submitted requests. These guidelines also provide that the process for discontinuing a minimum maintenance road designation shall be the same process used to declare a minimum maintenance road. Reversing the minimum maintenance designation from the subject portion of East 750 Road requires a public hearing before the Township, Planning Commission, and the Board of County Commissioners. Marion Township held a public hearing to consider this request at their February monthly meeting and have forwarded a recommendation of approval. After tonight's meeting, the Board of County Commissioners will hold a final public hearing where they will receive the recommendations of the Township and the Planning Commission and make a final decision on the request. If the request is approved, the subject portion of East 750 Road would then have to be physically improved to provide proper water drainage and to allow normal everyday vehicles to travel safely on it like any other full maintenance road. The county engineer has assessed the road and determined that significant improvements would be needed to bring the road up to full maintenance status. The property owner who submitted the request would be responsible for providing improvement plans and for the cost of making the required road improvements. Improvement plans for the road would be reviewed and approved by the county engineer, and once those improvements have been made, the township would then take on the responsibility for regular maintenance of the road. If appropriate, staff recommends forwarding a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the request to rescind the minimum maintenance designation on an East 750 Road from 742N to North 766 Road in Marion Township. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Sontag with the Douglas County Public Works Department to provide some additional information on this item.
Thank you, Avery. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Sontag. I'm the Douglas County Land Surveyor, and I'm the county representative who usually shepherds road issues like these through these kind of processes. I think Avery did a fine job summarizing the situation. I did just want to add a few things regarding some of the landowners adjacent to this road that have and will continue to play a part in this minimum maintenance reversal process. The landowner to the east of E750 Road is willing to give additional road right-of-way easement to facilitate the road improvements that will be made if the minimum maintenance status of the road is rescinded. The current engineered plans show this proposed extended width, and it will be officially dedicated after the minimum maintenance process, but before any construction begins. The landowners on the west side of the road, the Hebes, who own the property north of the citizen making this request, have voiced some concerns about the maintenance reversal. They and their attorney, Rick Hurd, have been very kind and respectful thus far, voicing their concerns, and I wanted to briefly touch on the concerns here. They asked for an agricultural field entrance from the improved road. They will get one. No additional road right-of-way will be taken from them. It will not. The improvements will come at no cost to them. That is correct. No changes will be made to a utility easement on the west side of the road. No changes will be made. They asked for the engineered plans to satisfy county standards. The plans will. They asked the county to share the final plans when they are complete and prior to construction. The county will. They asked that the county will inspect the construction to ensure that the plans are being followed. The county will. The county hopes all of their concerns have been met, and we're happy to keep communicating with them as this issue proceeds. Finally, the landowner making the request, Daniel Squires, should be here at the meeting to answer any questions you may have. Chad Voigt, the county engineer and the director of public works, should be here as well to answer questions. And if you have any for me, I'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. I guess then that brings it to the Squires. Mr. Squires, if you'd like to approach the podium, and you can take up to 10 minutes if you'd like to talk about this one.
Basically, the short story is that we purchased 145 acres of land right down the road from our family farm. And this is where we would like to make a residence eventually and build a machine shed and build a farm that our kids can grow up on. I am a local farmer in Douglas and Shawnee County areas. My mom's side of the family has been in the county. They actually settled south of the town of Lone Star in 1860. So our roots run deep out there, and I understand the concern for urban sprawl and not wanting a whole lot of houses, because that takes away from my profession of farming when we get nothing but houses out in the county. So I think part of the concern that some of like the Hebes or anybody else might have is that somebody were to buy that big a piece of ground and then we would split it up into lots and sell the lots for houses. And I am completely against that. That totally defeats the purpose of my profession. And I just want a large piece of ground to raise my family on and to grow a farm on. And we've worked with the Hebes on some of the road conditions that they would like having a curve, because currently the road runs straight into their driveway. People just, it's either you go left to go down a mud road or go straight into their house, basically, is how it works. And they would like it to be curved. And our engineer, Dean Grobe, here local in Lawrence, has made it that way and has worked with Chad Voigt on, we've gone back and forth actually a couple times, making plans the way that everybody wants them. And I think everybody's in agreement with those plans. But as for like traffic in the area, I don't foresee there really being that big of an increase in traffic. Some people think of farms and they think of lots of semis going up and down the road and stuff like that. I actually have grain bins off site actually on 800 road already. So that won't be affecting the area. We worked with the Marion Township, had a couple meetings. This has been over a year in the making, about a year and a half in the making. And the township has said that this is probably going to be their nicest township road that they have in their entire township, because we're making it to county standards. So other than that, it's just going to be my family, my wife, Becky. I have 3 little girls and a few tractors and combines going up and down the road seasonally, and that's it. So any questions at all?
We may not have any now, Mr. Squires, but hang around because there probably will be some.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now then is the time for public comment. Is there anybody in the commission room that would like to speak to this?
And the other side of the road, landowner. Kevin, I would like to know how many feet 742 is. The Marion Township agreed to 1,250 feet. Is that 1,250 feet?
That's correct. 1,250 feet is the amount of the length of the road that is being asked to be reverted back to full maintenance.
Thank you very much. That's all I wanted.
Is there anybody else in the commission hearing room that wants to speak on this item? Is there anybody on the Zoom call that would like to offer comment on this item?
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. I will close public comment then, and we'll bring it back to the commission. Unless Mr. Squires, did you have any responses you wanted to make to the comment that was made? Okay. We may have questions though. I'll bring it up to the commission. Are there any commissioners that have questions they'd like to start with? Commissioner Shanklin, go ahead.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. This is a question possibly for Kevin Sontag or perhaps Avery or Jeff. Ordinarily, when we receive correspondence that's submitted as part of our packages for public comment, they contain either factual representations or opinions. But in this particular instance, all the correspondence we have describes, at least from the perspective of Mr. Hurd and his client, an agreement to do certain things. And as I was listening to Mr. Sontag, some of what's in their correspondence was addressed, but not entirely. And I'm wondering, as a commissioner, what am I supposed to consider when I look at public correspondence that describes an agreement? because the agreement is not reflected in any of the documentation provided by Marion Township. And so are we just to disregard it, or does it have materiality here that we should consider? Is there an agreement or not? It's a simple, short question.
Well, it's Chad, I see you have just popped on, Chad Voigt. Would you like to address that?
Yeah, I think there is not an agreement. I think the letter kind of puts it in terms that what they heard at the township meeting were answers to their concerns and some promises being made, and they're referring to that as an agreement. And, in some respects it's an agreement, but it's not a legally binding agreement that you have to, ensure is being enforced or something like that. So I feel like we've addressed, we and the applicant and the township and everybody involved in this process has tried to address some concerns. And so there's some agreements that are in place, to get us through this process. And really the question is, are there any of these that we can't clear by the time the process is complete? And I don't feel that there are, but certainly that's your prerogative to ask that question.
Thanks.
I guess sort of piggybacking on that question from Commissioner Shanklin, and I guess maybe this is for Avery or Kevin or maybe Jeff, I'm not sure, or Chad, anybody. This is to the group. The sort of process of how the minimum maintenance road rescission works makes sense to me. I guess what I'm sort of lost on is, once it's out of the township and it's made its way in front of the Board of County Commissioners and they sort of initiate the process and it comes here. I know what the Board of County Commissioners is supposed to consider. I saw that. Are those the same criteria we look at when we're evaluating one of these applications, or is this more of like a free ranging discussion?
I would say it's more of a free ranging discussion. I'm trying to pull up the document here that laid out the kind of guidelines for minimum maintenance roads. It was a county home rule resolution back in 1992, and it just discusses that these are the things that the Board of County Commissioners could look at. They're not even strict guidelines that have to be met. So as far as tonight, like the Planning Commission and what they look at, they can free range. They can kind of use, whatever logic or reasoning they would like before making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question? Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
As Commissioner Shanklin pointed out, we have an email and letters that specify some agreements, but they don't rise to the level of any legal. They're not binding on anybody. They're just kind of mutual promises at this time. We also have the applicant, Mr. Squires, giving us assurances this will remain farmland, but what we're doing here is really the status of a road. We don't know what may happen with that land. So I guess in part to answer what I think some of what we should discuss or raise as issues for the county commission to consider is, if this goes back to a maintained township road, what kind of development could occur on that land if a year from now they decide to stop farming and to turn it into residences, because that is an issue that's coming up with the county about rural development. So I guess one of my questions is to whoever can answer it is, given these parcels of land, how could they be subdivided for residences if it goes out of farming production, which I hope it does not, and I'm pretty sure it won't, but I think this is where we are, is what can happen if we approve this.
This is Avery Kerner, planning staff, and I can try to provide an answer on that. So right now, the property or the property surrounding or adjacent to the subject road is predominantly zoned Ag 1 district in the county, but there is some land that's zoned Ag 2. So any rural land divisions taking place in this area would be pretty limited to what's allowed by the joint city-county subdivision regulations. You know, pull up some notes real quick to reference. Let's see here. So the agricultural 1 zoned land is eligible to undergo land division through the agricultural subdivision boundary survey process outlined in the subdivision regulations. In dividing or subdividing that land, those divisions would be required to meet any other applicable requirements of the subdivision regulations related to on-site sewage management, dimensional and access standards, but that Ag 1 land would at minimum need to be a total of 20 acres in size each. And then for the Ag 2 land, that land would be eligible to undergo land division through the Rural Certificate of Survey process. Same situation, it would be, those rural land divisions would require to be required to meet all other applicable standards related to sewage management, dimensional and access standards, and those would be allowed to have a minimum lot size of 10 acres. And so both of those districts are predominantly intended for agricultural uses. The detached dwelling residences are permitted on in both of those zoning districts. And so in order to develop the property in a way outside of what's allowed in the use tables for each of those zoning districts, they would be required to rezone the properties.
I can flesh that out a little more. Thanks, Avery. The dimensional requirements for the parcels out there on this road, the only parcel that is of the Ag 2 zone that Avery mentioned is already slightly more than 10 acres. So that one is not eligible for any further division. The rest of the property along this road are zoned Ag 1, which does require that 20-acre minimum that Avery mentioned. On the east side of the road, the parcel that fronts this road is a 40-acre parcel. So there is a possibility of one division for two 20-acre parcels. On the west side of the road, one of the limitations that is going to come up is the road frontage requirement. On this particular road, the frontage requirement is 250 feet. The parcels that front on the west side of the road, in the Ag 1 zone, one of them owned by the Hebes, is less than 500, so it does not have enough for a division, which would be 250 times 2. Mr. Squire's property comes next to the south of the Hebes. They would have the one residence that Mr. Squires is hoping for today, and that would be just about it. So as far as division, there looks like off the top of my head, it looks like there's only the possibility of the one division on the east side of the road, and none of the other partial shapes should be able to change based off of this road maintenance reversal. So the acreage and the frontage requirements are the thing that is really going to hold back any type of division here. And the zoning itself is going to prevent any type of extreme dense subdivision or something like that. That won't happen. Little, 1 acre lots or things like that, that is not allowed in this zone. So, Commissioner Carpenter, I hope that answers your question.
I think so. So what basically we're saying, and this gets to the heart of, I think, what the Planning Commission is for, is that if we recommend changing this back to a maintained road. We can have 3 developable lots at a maximum under the current code conditions. Am I understanding you correctly? That would have access to the road.
Yes, I would say possibly a fourth. The Hebes technically do have a second piece of property they could put a residence on to the south of their existing residence. Just from discussions with them in the past, I don't believe that is something they would like. But with them possibly having one residential building site, Mr. Squires having one, and the property owner on the east side possibly having 2, I think we would be looking at a maximum 4 and probably not getting to that 4th one.
Right. Is it still permitted under the county code to have a shared driveway that goes into more than one lot? So we only have one access onto the actual road?
A shared entrance is allowed. A shared driveway is usually not.
I know that's not preferred, but I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's worth pointing out that he's improving 1,250 feet, which just gets him past the first tract that he owns, and it's not going further. So I think Mr. Squires is already limiting development potential with his request. You know, if we were worried about this having a lot more housing on it, then the request would probably look more like, you know, a quarter mile long. It's at least, if somebody was truly interested in developing, they're going to want to maximize frontage with this project that they're undertaking. The amount of frontage that Squires is getting out of this is 400 feet. So improving 1,250 feet of road and getting 400 feet of frontage out of the deal. So it's sort of implicit that development is not an obvious outcome of this. And I guess I would say also that a minimum maintenance reversal is not an opportunity to limit development. That would be the actual request later for the use of that land. I think the thing to remember is that this road's been there 100 years. And so this is a change in maintenance, and then makes it possible to pull building permits on existing lots. If somebody wants to subdivide, that's when you see that again. And, you know, they could subdivide and ask for the minimum maintenance in the same step. And that's not what's happening here.
I understand. I just wanted to verify that this is one step towards that possibility. I'm not saying that they're going to do it. I don't expect it's going to happen, but I just wanted that to be on the table when it goes back to the county commission with whatever our recommendation is. Because I agree, you know, if it was just for development, it would be done in a combination. So I think this is going to stay farmland, but I just wanted to figure out what the development potential was so we could have that as part of what goes on from here.
Thanks, Commissioner Carpenter. Thanks, Avery, Kevin, and Chad, too, for those comments. Commissioner Ashworth, did I see your hand up? Or am I imagining that?
No, Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. And just as I was going to ask that question, Chad Voigt answered it. So that took care of my question. Thank you.
Questions? Are there any other questions? The commission. Does anybody else have any concerns that need to be fleshed out? Okay. Would anyone care to make a motion? Does anyone feel comfortable to do that? Commissioner Rexroad?
Yeah, if we're ready, I'd make a motion that we approve MM-22-0001 to rescind the minimum maintenance designation for East 750 Road from 724 North to North 766 Road in Marion Township. For the findings in the staff report, forward to the Board of County Commissioners for approval.
Thanks, Commissioner Rexroads. That's a motion to approve it and forward it with that recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a second? Commissioner Butler? Thank you for that second. Is there any other conversation or comments that any commissioners have before we vote on this one? I guess I would just say I appreciated your question, Commissioner Carpenter, because I thought that brought to fore sort of maybe the main concern that we would have as a planning commission. I couldn't think of anything else particularly, and some of the things that county commissioners need to think about are obviously beyond our concerns as a planning commission. So I guess with that, Jeff, could you go ahead and read the roll?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Good, thank you. And thank you to the applicant. That will take us to item number 3, which is to consider approving a conditional use permit, CUP 22-00087 for equipment storage, heavy use, located at 198 North 1250 Road. And we have Catherine Week, who's going to present on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening again, Commissioners. Catherine Week, Planner. As the Chair mentioned, this request is for CUP 22-00087. It's located at the property 198 North 1250 Road. The reason this request is coming before you, the request is for the storage, again, of heavy equipment. This would be associated with an offsite business, First Management. This would be for their landscaping division. They are relocating their headquarters, and storage would not be permitted at the headquarters location. So they are looking to store their landscaping equipment at 158 acre parcel located in the county. The storage on the property would be located in the southeast portion of the property, which is already developed with large agricultural buildings or residents. The applicant is proposing that the storage of equipment would be taking place in 2 of the existing structures, as noted in the diagram in your staff report, and that some areas for mulch would also be stored in mulch bins adjacent to those buildings, and a small area adjacent to that potentially for outdoor storage where there is already some outdoor storage occurring on the site. The key points of this particular ask, again, this is AG1 zoning. So exterior storage does require a conditional use permit to be permitted in the district. The applicant has stated that the use is not generating any on-site traffic. The primary business is located off-site, and this is simply the storage location for the landscaping equipment associated with that business. There are no current proposed changes to the site or buildings on the site. There are existing barns and a designated area for the equipment, which can be accommodated or accommodate the equipment storage. So if there were any future changes to be proposed, that would need to come back before Douglas County zoning codes for any changes to any buildings or exterior lighting or anything of that sort. The property currently stores various farm implements and farm-related equipment. This would be adding the additional landscaping equipment to this location for the storage of that offsite business. Mulch storage, again, would be outside in a concrete storage bin. The applicant has stated that there will be approximately 2 employees sent to pick up equipment in the morning and return them at the end of the day. There also would be a slight increase if it's mulch season, where they would bring the mulch trucks back to fill up the mulch and then take them back to the properties for mulching. The travel routes for this particular use is serviced entirely on paved roads. The applicant has stated that that would be via North 1250 Road or Highway 458 and East 250 Road, also known as Highway 1023. And so again, in analyzing conditional use permits, we have a series of criteria that we look at. Those related to the compatibility for regulations for the use, the compatibility with zoning, compatibility with the character of the area, whether or not the property is still suitable for the uses as it is restricted, whether there are impacts on the natural environment, whether there are any impacts to the community or existing infrastructure that's already in place, and whether or not term limits are appropriate. Staff has analyzed those criteria and is making a recommendation for approval with a series of conditions that are listed in the staff report. Staff would also like to note that in the considerations or criteria that we look at, again, the conditional use permit is not changing the underlying zoning. This is a 158-acre parcel, most of which is being farmed. The developed area of the parcel in the southeast section that already has ag buildings is where the storage will be taking place. No changes are being proposed, so staff does not feel that the zoning or the character of the area is being impacted in that regard. And the natural environment, this again is farmland, and the farmland that is being farmed is not being altered by this particular use. I would be happy to answer any questions or clarify any of the conditions that staff is proposing. And I do believe that the applicant is also here and can answer questions if you have them as well.
Thank you, Catherine. And I think we have, is it Brandy Sutton for the applicant?
That is correct, Commissioners. My name is Brandy Sutton. I'm the Director of Operations for First Management.
Ma'am, if you'd like, you could take up to 10 minutes to offer any other comments or a presentation.
Basically, this is a common ownership situation. The parcel of land, the 158 acres, is actually part of approximately 1,200 that is contiguous to that property. The relocation of our corporate headquarters will not permit us to put any type of exterior storage. The storage that we're going to be using at the farm is for lawnmowers, hand equipment, mulch bins, things that are unfortunately easy to steal if left outside unsecured in the city limits. So we're asking that this be granted. Our plan of operations is to have 2 designated employees who go to the property during mowing season, pick up the equipment, bring it back to the offices where the other employees will clock in and join the crew to go work for the day. All billing and operational issues would be handled at the corporate offices. There would not be any customer traffic, et cetera, to the property. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton. Are there any members of the public here in person that would like to offer comments on this item? How about on the Zoom call? Is there anybody on the call there that wants to offer comment on this?
I do not see any raised hands.
Okay. We'll close public comment and bring it up to the commission for discussion then. Do any commissioners have any questions they'd like to start with? I guess I could. I was sorry. I'll defer to you, Commissioner Shanklin. Go ahead.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. Just to follow on to Commissioner Carpenter's comment on the previous heavy equipment and storage application. This particular application is submitted by the property owner of record and does not appear to be tied to any particular user, whereas the last one was tied to the existence of an organization whose continued operation in that regard was effectively a condition to the conditional use permit. I point that only because it seems that in the future, these may actually make a difference to the applicant. And we might want to counsel them that those small limitations can either be important or just, hurdles to clear in the future when businesses change. So I just thought I'd bring that up.
Thank you, Commissioner Schenkman. One question I had for the applicant, Ms. Sutton, is, I may have missed this in the report, but what is currently being stored at the farm?
The farm
go ahead.
The farm is an active ranching operation with row crop as well as cattle on it. So the equipment at the actual location is all farm related equipment for that 1,200 acres that's being farmed there.
Okay, so it's not the equipment that would be stored there if the CUP were granted is not currently there?
No, the equipment that's going to be stored there is currently located at our corporate offices, which are in an IG zoning at 1451 North 1823, where we currently have large warehouse type buildings to store that equipment.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments or they want to? Commissioner Rexroad, go ahead.
Thank you. A question, I think, first for staff. I'm looking at the conditions that are being requested here. And item number 7 is hazardous chemicals. What fits into that category? Are we talking about fertilizers, gasoline, diesel? What makes something hazardous versus not in a normal farm setting?
Yeah, that would be large quantities of fertilizer or diesel. The applicant hadn't indicated that those were items that might be stored at this site. So staff on the conservative side was just including that as a condition in case, in the future there's scope creep of some sort that gives the county something to hold on to in the conditional use permit that they can address if necessary. Yeah.
Thank you. And on item number 6, wholesale retail sales prohibited at this site. This is a storage area for equipment. It sounds like there's going to be storage of mulch that presumably is going to be sold. How close what makes something wholesale or retail from the site when clearly things are stored there that are being sold?
Yeah, so it shouldn't be being sold there. That mulch would be used for their business. They're a property maintenance business, so they would be taking the mulch to their property that they own. So that condition clarifies that it would not be up for retail sale where outside purchasers come to get it, or for wholesale for outside purchasers to come to get it. So it's just for their use.
Catherine, thank you so much. So a last question, I think, for Brandy. Are you familiar with these 9 conditions?
Yes, I am.
And do these 9 conditions make sense for you, not only for what you're asking for the addition of storage of equipment and storage of mulch, but your day-to-day operations of this entire area? Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does. Like I said, this is simply a place to safely store equipment. Our major concern, obviously, with relocating into Lawrence is theft of lawnmowers, landscaping items. So those conditions are really within what our vision is for the use of the CUP at that ranch.
Awesome. Thank you, Brandy.
Commissioner Willie, go ahead.
A couple of questions, Ms. Sutton, if you don't mind. One is there a residence at the location with the proposed storage?
Yes, our head of farms lives on that property.
Okay. And the 458 is paved even as you come off of the main road around Clinton?
Yes, it's paved all the way up to a little bit past the entrance to the ranch.
Okay, thank you. I guess just a comment that this is a little different from the other heavy use storage that we saw, that the first was an extension of a home business, and this is I assume this is a strictly Lawrence business. All of the properties are owned in Lawrence, and that's what this would service?
That's correct.
Okay. And landscape businesses have been one that we have struggled with because they the city of Lawrence doesn't tend to host them very well, and then they push them out of town, and then we end up with a lot of road miles that we wouldn't otherwise have for a business that is strictly for the city of Lawrence. It's a long way around. It's a lot of road miles. It does give me it helps me some to think that it's paved for the entire duration, so we don't have gravel roads that are being impacted by that. It does also concern me a little that we've gone from something that could occur on an IG property that is now going to be occurring on an ag property, and yet it is it is for a large business that supports Lawrence, and so that tax base then is lost from IG to ag. I recognize that there aren't a lot of options or easy options within Lawrence. I know there's industrial property in Lawrence that would also supply the kind of storage we're looking for. So I have to say, I don't love it. I see that those differences matter to me, that moving things out of town that really belong in town, as opposed to, say, someone who lives there that is the business owner that is storing something that serves, yes, maybe Lawrence, but also surrounding areas in the county also. So I'm ready to hear from other commissioners in terms of reactions to some of those points.
Commissioner, if I could address that, the road miles were a large concern to us when we started looking at this. Our owner is very conscientious of preserving that area around Barrington as agricultural land. That was one of our considerations when saying, if we are going to go this direction, our staff is all going to be a corporate, and we will have one or two designated people to go out and pick that equipment up to prevent any type of heavy use in that local area.
And I do appreciate that. I think the difference would be the mulch, where there's multiple trips for a particular purpose, but that does help that there's some rationality about the mileage.
Maybe I don't know if this dovetails with that at all, but if I'm understanding it correctly, this CUP would not displace the current agricultural use of the property. And so,
not.
Okay. Do any commissioners have thoughts or comments in response to some of the things that Commissioner Willie brought up? All well taken.
Well, I'm intrigued by the tax issue, but I don't think we get to decide on that. So, but that's a great point to think about, point out to the commissions. So I wish we could take those things into consideration.
Anybody else? Did you raise your hand?
Yes, to make a motion.
Oh, to make a motion.
Yes.
Can I just,
Actually, before you do that,
I want to.
Sorry, Commissioner.
I want to follow
Tried
on
so hard.
to Karen's comment. And this is a question for Catherine. And perhaps I should have asked this in the last last conditional use permit for heavy equipment, but how do we go about assessing the incremental road miles and their impacts, and whether or not they're good for the county? How do we do that?
So that's where county zoning codes and county public works are really good for weighing in on the review criteria for these. So if they have concerns about the number of trips or the roads in question, they definitely will usually make a comment and recommend additional conditions if necessary. So that's the opportunity for that, and that helps guide planning staff when we are drafting those conditions for you all to look at. So.
Okay. I ask in large part because I find that often we're faced with issues that we don't have sufficient data to analyze ourselves on the fly in a meeting like this. So thanks.
before we take them, it's probably my fault. I should ask if one last call for comments before Commissioner Butler makes a motion. Does anybody have any others? I keep thinking you have your hand up, Commissioner.
Oh, no. I will keep my hands.
Your hands, yeah, on the chair unless you want to say something. Okay, well, go ahead, Commissioner Butler, if you're still up for it.
I am. I move that we recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the equipment storage heavy at 198 North 1250 Road and forward this application to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings of fact presented in the staff report and subject to the conditions listed therein.
Thanks, Commissioner Butler. So there was a motion to approve it and forward it on with recommendation for approval. As she stated more eloquently, is there a second? Commissioner Rexroad, thank you. Seconded by hand motion. Does anybody else have any comments to make before we vote?
We'll just real quick.
Yeah.
I do not feel strongly against it, but I do want to make sure that it gets a full consideration at the county commission. So I will likely, I'm assuming from I'm hearing that it will likely pass, but I will vote against it just to make sure that it gets pulled forward for discussion, or not just this one, but for this issue that keeps coming up.
Appreciate that. Anybody else before we vote? Seeing none, Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
No.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
No, I thought I'd be all alone.
Motion passes 8-2.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Sorry, Catherine has something to say.
That was my last item tonight, so I just want to say thank you for your dedication to the planning commissioners who are leaving this evening, and hope you all do well in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine. That takes us to item number 4. Which is to consider approving a conditional use permit, CUP 22000088, for nonprofit, educational, or philanthropic institutional use on approximately 28 acres at 808 East 1500 Road in Baldwin City. And I believe we have Mary Miller with us on the line there to present.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I will share my screen real quickly here. As you mentioned, this is a conditional use permit for a nonprofit educational or philanthropic institutional use, which would be the Live and Learn Education Center that is proposed at 808 East 1500 Road. The subject property is located about a mile south of the southern border of the Lawrence UGA and about a mile north of the Baldwin City 3-mile planning area of influence. And it is just east of Highway 59, about even with the Pleasant Grove community. The subject property contains about 28 acres, and it has a new residence. It's too new to be shown on our aerials, but the triangle shows the location of the new house. The former residence is marked with a circle, and that was where the proposed education center would be located. The property also contains quite a bit of vegetation, agricultural outbuildings, and a pond. The CUP itself consists of about 1.5 acres, and it would be, as I mentioned, that former residence would be planned to be converted to the education center. Required parking would be added. Garden areas, the small green rectangles up in the top right-hand corner would be added, and then playground areas would be added along the south and west side of the building. And access is proposed to North 800 Road, but this would be emergency only, so that there are 2 ways in and out in case there isn't an emergency. And with our CUPs, we always review them with the review criteria and the zoning regulations, which include the golden factors. And the first one we look at is the compatibility of the proposed use with the zoning and land uses of the nearby area. The nearby area has a mix of Ag 1 and Ag 2 zonings, as there are two agricultural districts, differing primarily in the size of parcels. It also has a pretty large area of clustered preservation zoning, which is unusual as it's located outside of the urban growth area. This had been zone A1, the rural suburban residential district, prior. It was before I came here. So it's been historically A1 for quite a while. And that zoning designation converted to CP with the adoption of the 2020 zoning regulations. And in the bottom right corner, we see the land uses in the area. There's a lot of agricultural uses, primarily grasslands. There are woodlands in the area, stream corridors, and rural residences. And the yellow dot marks the Good Earth Gatherings. That's another use that has the conditional use permit. It's classified as a recreation facility, but primarily it has classes working on sustainability. They look at, I can't say for sure what they do, but I know they do classes with herbs and gardening and other types of activities such as that. It's primarily geared toward adults, is limited to no more than 18 people at a time, and the closing time is 9 p.m. on that one. The area contains a mix of agricultural and residential zoning districts. Primary land uses are agriculture, detached dwellings, and woodland. The proposed use should be compatible with the zoning and land uses in the area, given the small scale of the proposed project. And to ensure compatibility, potential negative impacts would be mitigated with appropriate site design and conditions. And with all CUPs, the possible negative impacts are usually lighting, outdoor activities, and traffic. And we'll discuss those a little later. We review the proposed project for the potential impact on the character of the area. And as a rule, we look at about a mile around the subject property. The mile around the subject property is very similar to the nearby area. It consists of woodlands, agricultural lands, and rural residences. There is floodplain in the area, and that is on the subject property, but this conditional use permit that's being proposed is not within the floodplain. School uses are typically considered compatible with residential uses. However, as I mentioned, there can be negative impacts which would need to be mitigated. The red dots here mark where the playgrounds would be proposed, and the dense on-site vegetation would buffer any noise from nearby properties. Also, the applicant mentioned they did not plan any additional exterior lighting, but one of the conditions that's being recommended is a note added to the plan just to clarify that if any new exterior lighting is planned in the future, the lighting fixtures and the lighting would need to be provided to the planning office for approval prior to installation. The access drive for the facility is over 950 feet long. This would be a two-way driveway with a loop drive. This is adequate to accommodate the vehicles as they come to pick up or drop off students. The proposal is to have a maximum of 30 students and 3 employees. They plan to serve pre-K up to middle school, so it'd be about 4 years to 11 years of age. So the students themselves would not be driving, they'd be dropped off and picked up. And so one thing we always look at is there adequate space for the vehicles to queue as people drop them off? It won't create traffic issues on the adjacent roadway. And this is enough room, 950 feet is enough room for all 30 cars to arrive, and at one time they could all be accommodated on the driveway without needing to be on the adjacent roadway. That would require 540 feet. So the driveway is quite adequate. It would need to be widened to 20 feet to accommodate two-way traffic, and that is noted as one of the conditions. So the area, similar to the nearby area, has a mix of agricultural and residential uses. Given the small scale of the proposed educational center and no new exterior lighting and the existing vegetation on the site, the use should not negatively impact the character of the area. Some of the other factors we look at is what is the suitability of the subject property to the uses to which it is currently restricted. Given the way it's developed with the vegetation, the outbuildings, the residence, the pond. It's not particularly well suited for agriculture, but it is well suited for the residential and residentially related uses that are permitted in Ag 1. And it is also well suited for the use that's being proposed. There should be no impact on the natural environment. The health department will evaluate the septic system, the sizing to ensure that it's adequate for the number of students. There'd be no other potential impacts. There'll be no emissions. And there are no new structures being built, so we wouldn't be impacting any environmentally sensitive lands. We always look at the conformance with our comprehensive plan, and there are several recommendations. A principal recommendation in the plan is to minimize the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses. And in this case, this would not involve the conversion of any agricultural land. And another recommendation is to encourage entrepreneurship and home-based occupations, which would fit into the category of a home-based business. And so the proposed use is in conformance with the recommendations in Plan 2040. It is compliant with the zoning regulations. The building is set into the property. The setbacks are observed. The required parking would be provided. And then we always look at the impact on community facilities, transportation network, or utilities. This is from the staff report. It's a pretty busy graphic, but it's showing the higher classification road network in the area. The red lines are the principal arterials. The green is a minor arterial. The golden lines are major collectors, and then the yellow lines are the minor collectors. And the subject property is identified with the star. And so we discussed the proposal with the Marion Township trustee, and he expressed concern with traffic being on North 800 Road, being a gravel road. And the applicant met with them, and I think he discussed over the phone that they could set a different route and they could use North 900 Road, which is a paved road, and avoid North 800 Road. However, you'll notice in our communications, we received several letters, I think 2 letters, expressing concern with the use of East 1500 Road to access the facility. East 1500 Road is a paved road, but one of the letters noted that the residents in a platted subdivision all contributed money in order to pave it originally. And they noted that it's not being well maintained. And the township trustee, I spoke with him today, and he indicated that it's not in their budget to really maintain it. And as it deteriorates, at some point, they will convert it back to a gravel road. And so then I asked if he had concerns with this use being on a gravel road, and he expressed that yes, he did. He had concerns with that. And so staff's recommendation might have been different had we had that information before the staff report was prepared. However, based on that, you have a couple options. One, you could recommend denial based on the concerns with the use on the adjacent roadways, or you could forward it to the county commission with a recommendation for approval contingent on the applicant working with the township to see if they can work out an alternate route or maintenance provisions or something that would allow it to be accommodated per the county commission's approval. And so these are the conditions, and in bold is how they would be revised if you chose that option. But the conditions that are being recommended now are, there's 3 sets. The first concerns actions that have to occur before the plans are released. If these actions aren't met, they're not released and the use can't move forward. The documentation of the nonprofit status, they've applied for that, and they'll provide that when that's provided to them. The health department must approve the proposed septic system. And if you wanted with the option, then the township or county commission acceptance of the route and provisions to assist with the maintenance of that township road. The second set of conditions noted in the staff report are revisions that are needed to the plan. One is the addition of that note I mentioned regarding exterior lighting. Just a reminder that if any is going to be added, it needs to be approved first. Another comment that parking spaces may need to be relocated based on the health department's review. And if so, then they could just be relocated. Then the driveway would need to be widened and shown that it's 2-way. And then that the conditions and restrictions of use be noted on the plan. That way they're available easily to everyone. And then the third set of conditions are those restrictions and conditions of use. To ensure that the use remains small scale, the capacity would be limited to 30 students and no more than 3 employees. It would be for the pre-K to middle school children, which usually is 4 to 11 years old. The hours would be 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and they intend to follow a rather typical school schedule. Nothing on the weekends, only from Monday through Friday, with seasonal breaks. And then we had a condition noting that the vehicles accessing the site from the south or the east would use North 900 Road. However, with the new information on East 1500 Road, that may need to be revised if it moves forward with additional information on either an alternate route to avoid East 1500 Road or on maintenance measures. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if the applicant was able to make it. He was snowed in, but I do believe that he has a representative here to speak on the subject today as well.
Thank you very much, Mary. Is there anybody either on the Zoom call or in person that's here to represent the applicant? Aaron Carter?
Yes, sir.
Yep. If you have up to 10 minutes if you'd like to offer comments on behalf of the applicant.
Well, we don't have much to add. Mary did a pretty good job of describing the intent with the CUP. I guess the primary concern is the condition of the road, 1500 Road. The traffic that would be added as a result of this education center would be light in nature, would not be any sort of heavy commercial traffic, would be light passenger vehicles only. So I don't see there being a significant impact above and beyond the residential traffic and light business traffic that's already on the road. However, I'm sure the residents have a better feel for that than we do. As far as any maintenance on the road, I'm sure we could be open to, speaking on behalf of Jeremy Rodderoff, the property owner, be open to a fair share of the participation in any sort of dust mitigation measures if they convert it back to a gravel road, or chipping in, just as the residents have before, to get the potholes patched. But as far as a complete repaving of the road, the school certainly would not be able to afford something that expensive. It would be cost prohibitive. Aside from that, I guess we are available for any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. We may have some. We will open it up to public comment then. Is there anybody here in the commission room that wants to speak? Please approach the podium and just remember to state your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to talk.
My name is Curtis Trarbach. I live at 737 East 1485 Road. My big concern is I don't know how many of the commission have been reading about what's going on in the public schools. But I'm well aware of what this looks like to me is saying a nonprofit, but what I'm thinking it's going to be is taking away from public education funds in the very near future with vouchers. Now, if they're going to have a school there, they need to open it up for everybody, and they need to follow under state guidelines of providing transportation for individuals, handicap transportation, special needs students, and be all inclusive and not just in a religious affiliation school. If they want to have a religious affiliation school, take it to the church. That's my opinion. And I frankly don't want the extra traffic out in that area. The roads are bad enough. Take it back, 1500 back to gravel would be fine with me. It would deter traffic. But it behooves the commission to really consider what this means as far as where we're going with public education. I highly recommend you deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would you mind spelling your last name before you sit down?
T as in Tom, R as in Robert, A as in Alpha, R as in Robert, B as in boy, A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie, H as in Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other members of the public here in person? Thank you.
Hello, my name's Martha Gunn, and I live at 1469 North 718 Road. I am opposed to the school conditional use permit due to the conditions of North 800 to 900 Road. Because this road, this section, this 1 mile road has been patched, repatched, patched, repatched over and over again. Right now, we must dodge holes and rough patches and loose gravel as we go that mile stretch. There are over 40 patches in this 1 mile stretch. About 16 years ago, area residents got together, and I was included, my husband and I, and we chipped in $500 for this 1 mile section to be paved, and it was, with the understanding that it would be maintained. That has not been the case. There are 2 bridges that are at the 800 end that are narrower than the road, and drivers usually have to take turns passing through this narrow section of the road. Another 66 daily trips with children as passengers on this stretch of road would increase wear and tear and increase the safety concerns. This road needs to be repaved, not repatched, repaved, not taken back to gravel, repaved. And for these reasons, I remain opposed to this school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Yep, go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm John Blau. I live at 828 East 1500 Road. I'm next door. I'd like to address, well, the road. I've talked to the people in Palmyra about the town thing. We missed it by 1 vote to get it repaid about 3 years ago, but they haven't done anything but patch it. But my concern, well, there's several. But anyway, the traffic thing, the traffic on the road is, they talk about the wear and tear on the road, but the traffic's before school and after school. It's all at once. And it's the same time everybody's coming home and going to work. She mentioned the bridges. There's that. Well, also, if they widen the road 20 feet, that's still a narrow 2-lane road. And he just put in a gate that's not 20 feet, so it's a choke point. So I see that there's going to be, I guess, that there's going to be a traffic problem there because everybody's coming there all at once. The people taking their kids to school, picking them up, and the people that are going to work and coming home. I believe, plus the wear and tear on the thing. And another thing too, I was kind of curious about is I know both of those things are slabs. Do they need tornado shelters in schools? Because I don't think they have anything for that I am aware of. I've never been to the property, so I just see it through the trees. Oh, and about noise. Yeah, vegetation does cut the noise down because we can hear the turkeys, the donkeys, and everything much better during the winter when the leaves are on the ground than during the summer when the leaves are there. But I'm pretty sure school's there in the winter. So I don't know how much the vegetation is going to do. So, but that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else here in person that wants to make comment?
Got everybody.
Okay. Is there anybody on the Zoom call that wants to offer comment on this item?
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay. I will bring it, I'll close public comment then and bring it back. Well, before I bring it back to the commission, I want to, okay, go ahead. One quick comment.
If this is approved, that's fine. It shouldn't be a 5-year thing. It should be reviewed closer than a 5-year, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Before we discuss, I do want to offer Mr. Carter an opportunity to respond, if you'd like, to the comments that were raised by the public, and you can take up to 5 minutes if you need.
Okay. The narrow bridges concern, the road does not narrow at the bridges. I understand that with the object markers on the ends of the bridge railing, it appears to, but it's the same standard 22-foot width across the two structures in question. So that's not necessarily a choke point for traffic. It's a perceived choke point just because of the signage, but it's not an actual choke point. The pavement is old. I don't doubt that. And I understand that the residents there are sensitive about that, especially the condition of it. 16 years on asphalt is a long time. 20 years is considered pretty much the end of usable life on an asphalt road. So I don't doubt that it's getting deteriorated, but it's getting deteriorated just from normal age and wear and tear. I don't think the school's traffic is going to hasten that. It's already headed that way.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter. With that, then I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, who would like to start on this with questions? Commissioner Ashworth, go ahead.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commission. Once again, I was down in that area driving on that road just a week or so ago, visiting the property to the north, Mr. Blau's property, in fact. And so when this application came forward, the first thing I was concerned about was the traffic. Having just driven that road, I am concerned about the safety and wondering if there's any other comments maybe from the county engineer about that, other than what was presented in terms of arterials and collectors and whatnot. I am concerned about 30 trips back and forth on that narrow road and the condition that it's in. I'm curious about the route designations. Is there any enforcement of the route designations? And this is a question for staff. If a route is recommended or designated for a particular, in this case, the school, how is that enforced? And then my third question is a safety question. Are there any safety provisions for the pond on the property, given that this will be a school for young children? So that would be a question for the applicant.
Mary Miller, planner. So on the routes, if there is a route, and we have sometimes designated routes for quarries or for landfills or other uses, when we have a designated route, that's a condition of approval. And so there isn't the ability to amend or revise or suspend a conditional use permit that is out of compliance with its conditions. And so occasionally we have like a landfill that some people start coming, they don't know the route. We get notice that they're not following the designated route. Zoning and codes contacts the operator and lets them know that their conditional use permit is in danger. And so they need to work with whoever their haulers are to make sure that they adhere to the route. When I talked to the township trustee, he said that he didn't think anyone would use the gravel. He said most people, if there's a paved road to use instead of gravel, most people are going to opt for the paved road. So he thought for sure they would all use 900 road and 1500 road as opposed to someone wanting to use the gravel road. But there is a way to ensure that the routes are adhered to. And we did not receive any comments other than from the township trustee and on the roads and the safety features of those during the review. And so I think your other question was for the applicant about the pond.
Yes, thank you, Mary.
We are aware of that concern as well. I believe on the site plan, I don't have it here with me, but we had shown a fence separating the CUP area from the pond. And that's something that we definitely want to include.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have now for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. Commissioner Shanklin, I think your hand is up.
Greg Shanklin, Planning Commissioner. This is a question for Mary Miller. In your staff report under the heading Key Points, one of them is that the applicant has applied for not-profit status. And that leads me to wonder, what characteristics of the organization, as distinguished from the property owner who is the applicant here, are important to us in approving this. You're putting this under the educational, philanthropic, not-for-profit, institutional category. And so I just wonder, what are the important characteristics of the organization that warrant it being listed as a key point here?
I believe the principal factor that is that it's nonprofit. You know, if it was a for-profit business, a for-profit institution, or a for-profit school, it would come under a different category. So this category is primarily for nonprofit uses. And I'm not sure I understand your question for sure. But
let me follow on then, and I'll explain. First of all, Jeff, this may be a question for you. The definition that we have is expressed in the disjunctive. We don't have a requirement that it be not for profit. It's nonprofit, educational, philanthropic, or institutional uses, meaning that there are 4 different categories here that they could fall under, and that's why I asked the question originally. We've heard in the presentation and in the public comments several references to the fact that it's going to be a school. Why is it that a not-for-profit status is important to us here when we should be concerned with whether or not they'll operate as a school and meet all the requirements? That seems to me to be the more important point. Just following on to the not-for-profit for a moment, 508c1 is not a category of not-for-profit. And so I'm not sure what form they're going to provide to you, and I'm not a tax lawyer, but that is merely an exception that enables a church to declare that they're not subject to the 501c3 reporting requirements. It is not in and of itself a form that requires you to state your not-for-profit characteristics. So it seems to me that we should be focused less on that 508c1a exception to the rule and more on its characteristic as an educational institution. And the requirements should be those that apply to schools, not necessarily those that apply to not-for-profits. That's just my point.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Carter, if you don't mind. One is, it was brought up a question about tornado shelters that I wondered if you would address, if there's any talk about how to solve that. And the other is, for your client base, for the families that would attend the school, where do you expect them to come from? Will they be, local to the rural area? Will they be coming from Lawrence or Baldwin? Do you have a feel for that transportation part?
The current structure does not have a designated tornado shelter, similar to a regular school. The shelter would be in the most interior room. From my understanding, talking to the property owner, would be in the most interior room with no windows. If the planning commission or the county were to determine that something more substantial were needed, I'm sure that could be added in the form of concrete masonry or something along those lines. As far as the, client base, the expectation is probably a lot of them are going to be coming from the Lawrence area. That is the most populous part of the county. Potentially some from Baldwin as well, but we would expect most of them would be coming from the Lawrence area.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carpenter, go ahead.
Well, the first thing I want to talk about a little bit is this route designation. I mean, the examples, Mary, that you gave were, we put in specific routes for quarries and other such things. And those are trucks that are generally under the control of the business. What we're talking about here is parents bringing their children to a school. So how does the applicant have control over third parties' use of the roads, especially since 1500 Road turns into Haskell in Lawrence, and that's the most direct route to get to this school. It's just to go straight south down Haskell. And I have to admit, I've used that road quite a few times going to Baldwin and Vinland and everything else. I mean, that is the most direct route. And to me, it doesn't matter if it's paved or gravel out in the county. I just take the straight route. I don't care what the road is. In fact, I like the gravel roads more. So anyway, I guess that's my question, is how do you enforce the use of a road by a third party that's not under the control of the business?
Well, East 1500 Road is paved all the way to the school, even though the last bit of it is in bad condition. So that would be the route that we would have expected until we heard the comments about the condition of the road. So in the condition, we're suggesting an alternate route or maintenance provisions. So we haven't had time to develop a suggestion for you, to look at what would an alternate route. But as the school does have some control over the parents, they're the same parents day after day. Where a landfill or a quarry, you're going to get many different customers. You may have no control over your customers. You may see one truck one time and not see them again for a year. But with the school, you get the same parents day after day. And so it would be up to the school to find a way to impress upon the parents the need to follow the route, if there is a route designated.
So I guess that implies somebody's going to watch which cars drive up and down this road. And if they're the same car, we're going to assume they're going to the school and not going to somewhere else down south. Because like I said, this is one of the straightest routes to go to.
Right, and that would actually be a route we would expect them to take. East 1500 Road today would be the route we would expect them to take. So if they were going to continue to use East 1500, it might be they want to look at some sort of maintenance provisions that they could contribute into, along with other people in the area, if people are interested in having Palmyra maintain it. And so I can't give you any concrete examples. I haven't had time to work with the applicant or with the township to see if there were even any maintenance provisions that would be acceptable. But I agree, East 1500 Road is the most logical and is the most expected route they would follow. I don't think we would be interested in a circuitous route that somehow goes to the east and then winds its way back. If it's too circuitous, I don't think people are going to even remember it. So it has to be a fairly direct route. So that's why we're not suggesting just an alternate route. It'd be maybe that or maintenance provisions.
Well, I'm surprised it wasn't just shared maintenance agreement to start with, because that's what we've seen most often for the use of roads where we expect use. Unless
and it might have been
want to keep trucks out of a residential area, which we've done, specified routes.
Had we had more time to research it, we might have been able to come up with a maintenance provision. But without something concrete, I can't really say that would be what the township and the operator would finally agree on.
I guess that's the easiest issue that's on my list of concerns. But the one about the school. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, we sent our kids to a school pretty much like this, which was shared classrooms and everything else when we moved to Florida. And it was one of the best things we ever did for our kids. But that's not the land use issue here. So, the rest looks pretty standard. I don't know. I'll see if anybody else has anything to say, but I do have how do we know it's going to be a school? I guess going to Commissioner Shanklin, how do we know it's going to actually be a school and not some other use? Who's going to be checking on that? Does it have to be registered with the state? Is that part of the conditions and all that? So, because you've got in there, we're going to have to make sure they have septic and everything else, but it doesn't really say that we're going to make sure that they're licensed as a school. So can that be a condition?
Was that a question?
That's a question.
Okay.
That was a question mark at the end of that.
For anyone in particular?
I don't know who it's to. Staff, I suppose.
Looking back at Commissioner Shanklin's question, looking at what's defined in the code, nonprofit, educational, or philanthropic uses, and it goes on to enumerate, a variety of uses which are operated as nonprofit, educational, philanthropic, or institutional uses. The following are examples, and it enumerates congregate living, group homes, and also like open space visitor center for that. So the use does kind of lend into that educational component of the definition of the code. And apologies, Commissioner Shanklin, you're only seeing the back of my chair. So microphone's in a bad spot there for that one. So it does kind of go in that line there. So if it was determined that they were operating a use that was inconsistent with what was approved with the conditional use permit, that would be grounds to bring the conditional use back to the Board of County Commissioners for potentially revocation or evaluation to see is the use rising to meet the use that is applied for as part of that conditional use permit. So you do, very extreme examples. If someone gets a permit for a quarry and it starts operating a different use there, that permit would come back for review and secondary look at it, make sure it is compliant with those uses.
So would we need to add a specific condition as to what the use is and to provide proof of the licensing requirements to the county and all those types of things in order that it can be enforced?
That is a condition the board can recommend up to the Board of County Commissioners. I don't happen to know the state guidelines of specificity around what licenses are required for a school to open and operate and those kind of things there. But if there is a state licensure or something that is required, that can be a condition that it has to be, shown before the conditional use permit can be satisfied.
Well, I would assume 30 is much more than a homeschooling situation. So there'd be different licensing requirements, and you probably have to bring in health and environment and Department of Human, there's probably a lot of people that have to look at this and grant licenses for this number of students. So I don't know if how we would even word such a condition, but
It's possible Commissioner Payton could weigh in on that as she works at a private school. But I do believe that the health department is kind of the authoritative body for that. And it's about what paperwork is collected and keeping all of that on file in the appropriate way to keep children safe. So I think that would be probably the licensing body that if we wanted to reference one, we could. But if Commissioner Payton has any additional information, that could be helpful.
This is Commissioner Payton. I don't know much about that. I know that for like pre-K, the requirements are different than it is for elementary and middle school, but I don't exactly know what the requirements are. Maybe the applicant would even know something like that. Like for instance, I don't know what the limit is or how you differentiate homeschool or exactly what kind of thing they're going through. And I know there are different licensing possibilities. Some schools are accredited and some schools are not. I don't know how they're doing that. And if you're accredited through the state, it's different than, some private schools do that, some private schools do not. Or they're accredited through something else. So I actually don't really know the answer to most of that. I know that there are some differences, but I'm not exactly sure what they are. You'd have to ask our administration.
I have a question sort of building off of this for Mary or maybe Jeff. But Jeff, just as you read sort of some of the examples, which I understand in the use table where it talks about nonprofit, educational, or philanthropic institutional uses, it's not exclusive, but none of those are actually descriptive of what it sounds like they are talking about doing, which is actually like having children there teaching. And there's a whole different use that's colleges and schools, which actually expressly references the teaching of students. And so why is that use not the colleges and schools use, not one that was considered or I guess proposed for this CUP?
Actually, I probably could answer that. In the zoning regulations, there's a provision that when there's a use determination to be made, the zoning director makes that use determination. So we had the pre-application meeting, and the zoning director determined that this could be considered a nonprofit educational center. And they looked into perhaps processing it as a home occupation, but then they were concerned that it had more traffic than they would feel comfortable with as a home occupation. So the actual decision as to which use to process it under was made, but it was based primarily on the character of the use and the nonprofit status.
So, Mary, is that something that the Planning Commission can change that designation, or does it come, since it's gone through the process that you described, does it have to stay with that title?
Yeah, I don't know if it's it's a zoning director's determination. I don't know, Jeff might weigh in if it's possible for you to appeal the determination, or if you'd rather look at the other factors. But if the issue is that you think we're erring on how we're defining the use, I suppose you could pass that ahead to the county commission. I don't think we would go back and, have the use reclassified, but maybe the county commission would take that into account, and perhaps they would agree that maybe the use classification is wrong. If that's, and Jeff, that may be where I need some help. Jeff, is that the process that they would take?
I think if I'm following Commissioner's question correctly, the question is, do we, stop me when I run off the tracks here.
Okay.
Is the use that the conditional use permit is applied for, is it applicable to the land use being requested?
Correct.
If the commission has a question along that line, I would probably recommend a deferral at that point, because it would be something that you may not be able to answer in that instance, because the advertisement and the item brought to you this evening was for this use at this specific question. So if there's a question about the differential of the use, that would need a probably further evaluation by the zoning director to go through and see, does it or does it not rise to meet that requirement? I'm not sure you would have the ability to change the use in the middle of the review for the conditional use permit, since it was not advertised in that regard for the public and others to consider.
Do you have a follow-up on that, Commissioner Butler?
No, I just think, my expert opinion, that if it quacks and it's yellow, that we suppose we would call it what it is. And so that's my kind of question. I think there have been some valid points made by different commissioners with the category that it's classified under right now. But if there's something else that would cover it, that limits it, that's exactly what it is, then I don't know why it was the thinking of classifying it as something else. That's my question. So I don't know.
I would say if the board has question about the use determination that was rendered for it, then it probably the applicable would be to, not necessarily advance it or look at it. It would be in your condition to either recommend approval with conditions, recommend denial, or defer it for further study and action in that instance. So if the planning commission would like to see it and weigh it again with a different lens or a secondary evaluation on it, I'd recommend deferral so the body would be able to see it one more time. Otherwise, a motion to approve with conditions, or deny would be a recommendation that would forward to the Board of County Commissioners for consideration.
I think that the other question that I have is the road conditions, and I think if I say your name wrong, I apologize. Ms. Gunn was referencing the status of the road. And I agree with Commissioner Carpenter that if I know the shortest, quickest route to get somewhere, that is what I'm going, regardless of whether someone suggests to me that I should go a different route. So I think that's important to consider, and chipping in $500 is not cheap. I can't imagine what it would cost today. So I think that is important, because when you do go down some of those roads, you might be stuck there if your axle breaks or something because of the condition of the road. So I think that is important, especially for people that reside out there. So
I've had that happen.
I
went
think
to
that's
the
valid.
school that was in Florida.
A valid question by some of the residents. So
Chad Voigt raised his hand. Would you be able to weigh in on this, Chad?
Yeah, I would like to help out if I can on that. This is a township road, so it's not in our jurisdiction, but I know that it's a Palmyra Township road that looks kind of like a Wakarusa Township road. It's not far down the road from Wakarusa Township. And Wakarusa Township is an example where they continue to maintain that roadway. Originally, the process was to take a rock road and chip seal it. So this is not asphalt. And when they paid $500, that's a cheap paved road. I think the township, Palmyra, from their perspective, they can't maintain this kind of road. And if you're familiar with what happened in Grant Township with their chip sealed roads, they completely have fallen apart, and they've converted a lot of that back to rock at a very high expense. So whether or not this stays paved is a question. Whether or not it can be, stay paved and be maintained at the township's expense, that's a question for the township. I suspect their answer may be no, that their intent would be to take this back to a rock road. And back to the route discussion, the 1500 road is the assumed route. And I think the problem or the question was, well, we've got these other rock road alternative routes. Should we make sure people don't use those? And when Mary was talking about a route condition, it would be to stay off the rock roads and stay on 1500 road. That's the way I understood it. And so when you send additional traffic down a chip seal road and it continues to deteriorate, the township's probably going to lose that road, and they're not necessarily going to keep it paved. So the residents may be faced with approaching the township with a petition to surface the road again. It would not be $500. Things have gotten more expensive, and chip seal is a Band-Aid approach to paving. So we recommend always don't chip seal rock roads, because it lasts for a while and then you lose it. So that's a long-term concern, not only for this use, but for that entire mile of roadway and all the residents on there. It's possible that some sort of a petition and benefit district would work there, because there are so many residences that use that road. There's a subdivision to the south that's asphalt that probably uses this road to get there. So you could form a benefit district and have an improved road, but that would be an undertaking, and that would be on the order of millions of dollars to pave roads on that kind of length, and it would involve contributions from many, many landowners that are pretty sizable. They would be assessed on their property taxes. It's not something somebody can choose to not be part of. So it's a big undertaking. So the concern about the road, I think we all need to imagine in our minds that this might be a rock road.
Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, Commissioner Thompson, has there ever been a traffic count on that road?
I can look real quickly to see if I can get an answer for you.
And while you're looking, I came in on 800 road to get to 1500 today. And the only thing I see in our packet that says what this facility might be, if anybody else wanted to look, is on page 5 of 14 or 65. Learn will employ three full-time instructors, 20 to 30 kids, 2 to 4 classrooms, majority of the instruction when it takes place. And the last sentence is all that I see that tries to describe what this facility is. Activities will include in-class and outdoor learning activities intended to supplement homeschooling with core curriculum studies as well as nature and play-based learning activities. I'm not sure what that spells out. That we are saying 30 kids, 3 teachers, 66 trips a day. What is it that is going to go on there? I don't know. I have no idea. And I'm terrible with names, but the gentleman that came and spoke for the school.
Mr. Trarbach. Mr. Trarbach.
Trarbach? Are you still there?
I think he left.
Oh.
Are you talking about the guy that was on, Mr. Carter, that was on?
The applicant?
Yeah.
The applicant?
Oh,
Yeah, Mr.
that's
Carter.
Aaron Carter.
Oh. That was Karen Willie that gave me that name. Since this is her last day, I'll just throw her under the bus. So, Mr. Carter.
Well, the representative of the applicant anyway. It's intended to be an education center, and as we noted, it is a supplement to homeschooling. There will be core curriculum taught. There's obviously a lot of time there, Monday through Thursday, covering core curriculum.
Core curriculum meaning
your standard curriculum items that you would have in a regular school or that homeschool parents would be covering at home, such as math, science, reading, etc. There will also be enrichment educational activities intended on Fridays, where people that aren't having their children attend Monday through Thursday can still attend and get some additional educational opportunities for their homeschool kids on Fridays. That's where it's kind of a mix. It's not a standard school per se. It's meant to provide different levels of educational needs depending on what the parents want for their kids and what they need for their kids. Some people are going to be providing a lot at home and they won't need very much, may not need anything besides enrichment Fridays. Some will want quite a bit of help. Will want the full Monday through Thursday plus a Friday, or Monday through Thursday and no Friday. We're not following a standard model. And I guess that's kind of where it gets a little bit confusing. Trying to offer something that's a little bit different than the standard model.
Yeah.
I personally don't have any difficulties with what the school model is. I think that kind of falls outside of our land use purview. I think the point of whether or not it has to be nonprofit for the category that was chosen, I think is an issue there, because I'm not sure that matters as much to what would actually go on there. In terms of the use itself and the use of the school in the neighborhood, I don't have any great concerns there. It really comes down to the traffic and the roads. I know, Chad, you were looking up traffic counts, but also these 2 stretches of road here, the East 1500 and the East 1487, are those the only 2 chip and seal portions in Palmyra Township? Because I know Wakarusa Township, all the roads are chip and seal, but the other townships typically don't have that because they can't maintain them. Are those about the only ones they have?
It looks to me like that might be true. You really gotta pan around and pay attention to line types on these maps to know that. Because what we do in the GIS is just call it hard surfaced. So that would include asphalt in that neighborhood. And I don't have, by the way, any traffic count data for that. If I had to guess, I'd say it's somewhere around 200 vehicles a day, but that's just a guess based on the amount of wear on the pavement over the life and what kind of areas it serves.
I think the piece we're really missing is to hear specifically from Marion Township with the kind of traffic counts we're looking at adding and the future of that road and the concerns for the neighbors of the condition that is already there and what will be the future of it. I think that's the piece we're really missing. And I'm not sure if we forward this with that main concern needing to be answered, or if that's something that needs to be happen, a discussion that has to happen first.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
Mr. Carter, I have a follow-up question on just as what the type of the school model is. Would you anticipate that children would be just dropped off in the morning and picked up in the afternoon? Or if this is to supplement, do you have children coming at different times and leaving at different times each day?
So the pre-K in particular is going to be a separate leave time, so it would be earlier in the day. So anyone enrolled in the pre-K program, the Monday through Thursday would be dropped off around the same time, but the pickup would be different. And then I guess to answer the rest of your question there for K through 6, if they're enrolled in the full Monday through Thursday, it would be the same drop-off and pickup times for everyone enrolled in that part of the program.
But you could also have other children that are enrolled for different time periods. So we're not having all the traffic at one time in the morning and one time in the afternoon. We could have traffic throughout the day.
Worst case, if everyone signs up for the same thing, then it would be all stacked, but more than likely there will be some variability to that.
All right. So our traffic counting is a little bit different because of what your school model is.
This is Commissioner Payton.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a follow-up question to that. Will all your students, or do you see that all your students will be coming in like family automobiles? Is there any other transportation you see being provided, or is it all by single family car?
The intent would be single family car. We're not looking to provide any sort of mass transportation like a bus or anything like that.
Commissioner Shakeman.
I just want to add to something Karen just said. I agree that it does, with respect to your view that it boils down to input from Palmyra, I would just want to layer on to the fact that if we are considering this for its not-for-profit status, simply getting the 508c1a statement that it is a church is not telling us that it's not for profit. So that is not good evidence of that status. It would be better to have their 501c3 documentation, but I suspect, and maybe Mr. Carter can tell us about this, that they're not applying.
You are correct. We're not intending to apply for a 501c3. As a faith-based organization, it falls underneath that exception that you mentioned earlier, the 508c1a. So that is correct.
So, Chair, can we regroup? What information are we missing?
Right.
Because Commissioner Butler's pointed out some, Commissioner Shanklin, Commissioner Willie. I think I have a little bit. So we're missing some information. So can we just kind of recap what we're missing?
Yeah, it would be nice to recap it and then maybe even think about we have factors that we're to be taking into account, and I'm trying to figure out if these just boil down into like one or two factors, and is that may play in a little bit to what we want to do if we need to defer or deny on that basis if we think those are like outweigh everything else, or send it up with a recommendation for approval, but with extra conditions. So so we have the road issue, the maintenance, and the traffic. I'm still struggling, I guess, with where in the analysis the nature of the organization, where that fits into the analysis. I too am a little, I guess I'm struggling with that. I don't know. Let me, if it's okay, I want to ask a question just because it's where I am. But so this might be for Jeff or Mary. But presumably, because this nonprofit film, institutional philanthropic. I'm missing the words because I don't have it up in front of me here. There are other. I assume there are other CUPs out there or uses that are under this that are having to supply evidence of their nonprofit status. And if that's the case, is it normally done with this sort of form? And who reviews that and confirms compliance with that requirement? These are operating as nonprofits.
We do have some others, and perhaps when they first got their conditional use permits, they provided documentation. For instance, community living opportunities. They operate as this use. They have group homes where they're helping mentally challenged people, and that's how the CUP they operated under. So they gave us a nonprofit designation, I assume, when they first got their CUP. In the standards, in the condition, is asked for documentation of nonprofit status. So if the documentation they give us doesn't show that they are a nonprofit, we would ask for something else. They've informed us that's the form they intend to give us. So once we get it, we can review it. But until that condition is met, that we've got documentation that they are a nonprofit, then regardless of what form they do provide, we may need another form. So we're not asking specifically for that form. It's just that's what we've been told they are going to provide us. But in order to meet that condition, we need to have documentation that they are a nonprofit. So once they provide that, that would meet that condition.
And so assuming they provide that form, it's sort of, that is met, regardless of whether or not it actually stands for what it is supposed to stand for. Right. I mean, Commissioner Shanklin, you're sort of speaking.
Well, all they are going to say in that form is that we are a faith-based organization, period. End of story. Nothing about profitability. And that entitles them under 508c1a to be exempt from the 501c3 qualifications. So we have to question, is that evidence of not-for-profit status, or is it just evidence that they are a church?
Mm-hmm.
May I ask Commissioner Shanklin a question?
Yeah.
So is the issue that it doesn't fit this? I mean, I don't have an issue whether it's for-profit or not for-profit. It's just whether or not it fits this category that was given to us. Is that correct?
That's okay. Right. I feel like this is a little bit of misdirection or red herring. I think that we should be looking at this as a school. That's what everybody's called it all the way through our discussion. And so does it have standards that it needs to meet as a school? That's the land use that they're telling us they're going to put the land to. So what are the standards to do that? And have we, we could say, well, all it says is it has to be educational. It doesn't say they have to meet state standards or federal standards or anything else.
I have a follow-up question for Mr. Carter, if you don't mind. And that is, if we're looking at it, possibly a deferral to get some questions answered so that we can give this kind of the full and best consideration. We always try to work towards a yes if we can, but if there are significant obstacles that we have to, deny upon, we'd rather get those answers first and then know for sure what we're doing. If we were to defer this item to get those 3 questions answered, whether or not we're in the right category based on whether it has to be nonprofit or not, if there are some health department regulations or certifications that need to be included in our conditions, and to talk with the Palmyra Township about the future of the roads and the traffic counts there. If we were to defer for those items, would it be a real hindrance to that school? I mean, this is our best way to get to a yes, is if we have the answer to these questions, and we can't guarantee that would be a yes because there are some significant issues, mostly with the roads, to consider. But can you answer just how that would resonate?
From a timeline standpoint, it would make it unlikely that this education center would be able to open in time for typical enrollment of a school in August. I would see us being unlikely to reach the finish line in time.
Thank you. Mary, could you talk about the timeline? If this were deferred now, how long we would be talking about it coming back?
That's a good question, because our items, we need to have them ready for the June meeting pretty shortly. And I think Jeff or Becky might be able to give a better idea of that. It's more likely it would come back in the July meeting, but is that, Jeff or Becky, is that what you see it as? I mean, it seems like pretty simple issues. I did ask the Marion Township trustee if he could come to tonight's meeting, but he's out of town. So perhaps we could invite him to the next meeting and invite the zoning director. Perhaps she could explain the use classification.
I think at the moment we'd be probably looking at it to get answers to the questions and give people time to do the research on those things. It'd probably be the July meeting would be the most available next meeting, truthfully.
And then to the county commission by what time?
Depending upon calendars, it would probably be landing there middle to late August would be my best hunch at the moment. It may be early August, but it would probably be somewhere in August on that middle's part.
Given that, Mr. Chair, I'd be very glad to see us forward it in some way or another and get those questions answered before the county commission, kind of knowing that they'll watch this meeting and hear that discussion. That answers everything except possibly being in the wrong category. But that would be my thought.
I think it's a good suggestion. I think there are times when it's good to defer to get information that we can be better equipped to make a more informed decision on. But this is one of those times where you also don't want to prejudice the applicant just to get more information. If it could be something that we could give the county commission adequate commentary on, and they could make a determination on. But Commissioner Carpenter, go ahead.
Question, Jeff or Becky. If it is forwarded with this particular land use category, how would you notice it for the county commission if the actual land use category is one of our questions or incorrect category? And is that even possible, or are we just setting up something that's going to have to bounce back anyway and take even longer?
Typically, it would advance with the legal that was provided to you, so that use determination would advance with what it was tonight on the agenda and go forward, because you wouldn't be able to change it midstream on that point. So if it was kind of back to what we were talking earlier, if there's a question about the use and the commission would ask for a re-review and a reevaluation of that use determination, then it could be, you would be sending it up with that potential that it would not make it through on that as an aspect to it. But, given the code and the parameters of it, I'm not at the moment, I haven't been able to comment on what a re-review of the use may entail at this stage. But the application before you this evening is a conditional use permit for the nonprofit educational. I think I'm missing a word in their use.
I guess then my question is, if we set it up with this use category with our questioning whether this is the correct one, and the county commission agrees that maybe this isn't the correct one, they're going to have to refer it back to the planning commission, correct?
Correct.
Which is going to cause even more time.
Correct.
Well, you just make things complicated.
I'm not. I'm just. It's a curse, I think.
May I ask Jeff a follow-up question with that? So a religious use is, even though it is not by legal standards a 501c3, it does not fall under that particular nonprofit status, but it is kind of colloquially thought of as a nonprofit, as a category of nonprofit, even though it whether or not the school makes a profit or is intending to make a profit doesn't really affect me as far as the land use aspect of it. I don't know that it is ruled out as a fit for this category. It is just an awkward fit for this category when what we want to be talking about is as a school. So it just depends on Jeff, if you think that this is likely to move forward with the category we have, or if we are more likely to cause troubles by forwarding it with this.
The definition for this use, and I had to look at it a few times while we've been discussing it, doesn't actually specify how to define a nonprofit. It doesn't cite a specific section of the IRS code or go through those parameters of that one. And by no means am I qualified to answer those technical questions of the IRS code. We would lean on county council to look at that and say, does it or does it not rise to the level of meeting that nonprofit at that point in time? That would be the typical process we would have to go through. And like I said, I don't know the ins and the outs of that code, and that's where we'd have to lean back and do it. So, when a use is unlisted or is better like a foot in each category at that point in time, it is an administrative call to kind of give it a use classification for that is the most consistent with it. It may not be 60% consistent, maybe 51-49 consistent with it, but at least, put it in the best category for it to advance forward. I think that's what you see tonight is the one that was the most fitting for what was described to staff to go through with that parameters and the exercise. So what kind of, to Commissioner Butler, to your point there, if it looks like it and it quacks like it, and that kind of call it what it is kind of situation there. But if there's other uses and categories, when they went through the analysis of the definitions, this may have been one where it was straddling a line and leaning just a little bit more in this direction at that point.
And Jeff, I understand what you're saying, but my legal mind cannot get past the title nor the CUP when it gives the definition of nonprofit, educational, or philanthropic institutional use. I just can't get past that verbiage to, oh, well, we'll just call it that because it might fit, but it really should go here. So my preference is to defer it because it troubles me that we would pass it just because, that just troubles me. So that's my vote you have there. So.
And I'm going to have to agree with Commissioner Butler. We didn't choose when this application came to us and trying to push it through because of the applicant's considerations just seems a little bit off to me, that we're supposed to consider this, give it our full consideration as a land use issue. And we're trying to do that. And we're talking about issues that we may need to defer it for. And even though I see it's going to have implications to the applicant about when they can open their school, but we didn't cause that. This is just where we are, and we need to do our job. So I think I'm more for a deferral myself.
And I think you raised a good point, Commissioner Carpenter, that we might be trying to push it up to get it resolved before enrollment in the school year, when it will just come back to us and further, it could just come back to us and further delay the process. But Commissioner Carter, go ahead.
Thanks. I promise this is not sidetracked. I'm moving in a direction of a resolution. I have a question for Chad Voigt. And this is about, this calling back to, I think, Mary's reference to the Palmyra Township official who did have concerns about this volume of daily traffic on a rock road on 1500 Road, which is about 2 mile stretch. I'm wondering on 800 Road, it's about 1.5 mile stretch. What are the major concerns, or are there major concerns about, volume of 66 trips a day on a gravel road?
Well, we generally look at 200 vehicles per day as the most that a gravel road can take without generating just, repeated maintenance that's sort of self-defeating. And so 66 would be a huge add for a rock road. And there are already on that 1.5 miles, you got a half dozen landowners already using that. So that would be concern, I think, to put all that on that rock road.
Okay, great, thank you. So I have just a couple of thoughts. I mean, I haven't said much all evening, mostly been listening and processing. I personally think, I know we didn't ask for this timing, but under the circumstances, I would probably rather see some kind of resolution one way or the other, out of fairness to the applicant. Piggybacking on Commissioner Willie's comment, I don't really see the nonprofit status as a land use concern specifically. I believe if we go ahead and pass this on to the Board of County Commissioners, we should make it as part of our recommendation that in the interim, the recommended zoning be, or excuse me, recommended use be reviewed. Because as you said, Commissioner Carpenter, it may come back to us, but if it doesn't come back to us, at least if the Board of County Commissioners approves it, then the applicant has a chance to go ahead and start in the fall. If we defer it, it's almost a guarantee that they won't. That said, I expect to vote against this, and it has nothing to do with the use, but rather I just don't see a resolution on the traffic volume from either direction, from the north or the east. It sounds like, according to the Marion Township official, 1500 Road is bound to return to rock surface at some point in the future. And so it just doesn't seem like an appropriate volume of traffic that this application would be provoking one way or the other. So I'm inclined to recommend rejecting the application. But I would recommend that we take some action tonight rather than just defer it.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. One thing I wanted to maybe bring up, I was looking this up while we were talking, and I brought up the colleges and schools use category, and I don't know if that's the only other option. But in looking at the permitted use table, colleges and schools is not permitted under AG1, which I think this land is. And nonprofit, educational, philanthropic, institutional uses is with the CUP. So that, I don't know, there may not be another. I mean, I want, this is sort of like, speculating, but maybe that's part of the issue that went into the zoning director's mind, is that you can't do it under the colleges and schools use in AG1. So maybe they use the other one, if I'm reading it correctly. And I raise that just because I'm not sure that we'll get much of a different answer in response to that particular issue, if that's the case. May not make a difference. I mean, this might be the only option, and we'd be searching for maybe more. I don't know if the best way to resolve that is by inserting additional conditions, like, this is going to be operated as a school supplement to homeschooling. I don't even know the right language, but I raise that because I don't know if it's going to be futile, or part of it may be a futile exercise to defer over, but.
I guess I would want to know, there's one other school that I know out in the county that it's like a Montessori school. So I would be interested in knowing what their zoning is.
Prairie Moon School.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Waldorf School.
Mm-hmm.
Prairie Moon, excuse me, this is Commissioner Payton. Prairie Moon School was originally so that might be what it's based on, was originally a public school.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume it's that zoning.
I think maybe Jeff might be trying to confirm that, but Commissioner Ashworth, while he's doing that, Commissioner Ashworth, was your hand raised?
Yes, this is Sharon Ashworth, Commissioner. Just if you're in the interest of taking the temperature of the commission, I'm kind of with Commissioner Carter here, where my primary concern with the road conditions in that area, regardless of whether it's a nonprofit educational entity of some kind or a school, I would be inclined to deny this proposal based on the road conditions and the difficulty of that much traffic being added to those roads.
Thanks, Commissioner Ashworth. any results yet, Jeff?
Excuse me, Commissioner. I did find that it has a conditional use permit that was granted in 2005 for the Prairie Moon School. So I didn't pull up the actual permit itself.
It looks like when that was approved, it was, yeah, Mary's right. It was a conditional use permit from 2005. And it looks like it had a list of conditions that included some things that related to it, but it, and I don't know the old code's definitions well enough, but it may have been put under daycare preschool, which was a use under the old code at that point in time. So I'm not sure if it necessarily has a direct match in the new code necessarily.
Commissioner, Commissioner, go ahead.
I guess my biggest concern really is the traffic volume. I would rather hear from Marion Township if they have some thoughts on how to resolve that, but it is a significant increase. It's more than any other rural use that we have looked at. I mean, the school just makes for a lot of trips in and out. So that is my only concern, really. The nonprofit thing, I think, can be resolved. The health department, I think that they were probably going to follow those rules anyway, and we can put it in the conditions. But I just wonder if that is something that would be resolvable at all. I'm just a little shy to say that it isn't until we've heard specifically from the Marion Township that would be responsible for that.
Yeah, Commissioner Carpenter.
So now it's time for another process question. And this is, Commissioner Willie's favorite question. If we vote no, and they come back, if they come up with a shared maintenance agreement for the road or address the traffic conditions in some other way than just alternative routes, because that's one of our issues. It sounds like other ones may be easier to resolve, but it sounds like we've got probably a majority of the commissioners that are stuck on traffic. Mm-hmm. And is there a way to resolve that? If we say no, what has to happen next for them to come back? As opposed to if we defer it to see if Marion Township is willing to work some deal.
If you vote to deny the item, it would advance beyond the Planning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners for their vote and consideration. And there is instances where they might be able, and I'd have to look through the details of where it could be remanded back to you for consideration, but it would advance out of your consideration most definitely.
Is it within the realm of possibility that we vote no and we specify that our issue is the traffic? Is it within the purview of the county commission with 3 voting in the affirmative to approve the conditional use permit with something that comes from Marion Township about road maintenance without it coming back to us for any review?
I believe the county commission could vote just with a majority to approve it. They can vote contrary to the planning commission with a simple majority.
Okay. Okay, I stated that wrong. So they just have to have 2 votes if we have a no vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
To pass it. It's if there's a protest petition, it changes to 3. So I guess, Jeff, the real question is, can they add that different condition that we'd not considered but said would like an answer to?
Yes, the Board of County Commissioners can add a condition upon an item, just like they can do with any other item related to it.
So if we say no, it's going to go to them and they can resolve it there without coming back to us.
Correct. If they wanted to alter the conditions or add one or subtract one, it would be within their ability to do so.
Okay.
Commissioner Carter, I see your hand up.
Thanks. I guess piggybacking on Commissioner Carpenter's question, I'm trying to understand whether in the interim between whatever our determination is and this coming before the Board of County Commissioners, whether it is reasonable to expect that Palmyra County officials would be called on to weigh in on the traffic situation. or whether our report just goes straight verbatim.
No, I think they would have to work with the Palmyra Township trustee because it would be his determination, and so whether he would allow it or have issues. The way he spoke to me, he had serious concerns with allowing it. So, we didn't have time to discuss any alternatives or any measures, but he would definitely be the person to make that statement.
Okay, thank you. So that information, that feedback would be made available to the Board of County Commissioners prior to the meeting as part of their packet.
Yes, and if possible, I'd ask him to attend the meeting, although sometimes that's not possible. They have other commitments, but that would be the perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carpenter.
So I'm getting back to Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Ashworth wanting to make a decision. I mean, it's starting to look like if we have a no vote and raise the issue with Palmyra Township, send it on to the county commission. If they need to defer it, they actually have a shorter deferral time than we do. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, but I would not be an expert on their calendars and timing. But yeah, yours is pretty long.
X number of days, and they meet weekly as opposed to us meeting monthly. So it would be logical that it could be a shorter turnaround time.
Yes, in looking at calendars like that, yes, where you meet once a month, they meet at least once a week. So they'd have a bit of speed that you may not.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
It's so nice to have you.
Commissioner, if you haven't seen, Commissioner Rexroad has.
Yeah, sorry. This was being pointed out to me by more than one person. Go ahead, Commissioner Rexroad.
Thank you. So maybe we're all saying things, but from a different perspective, just from the other side of it, is there no path? I say it differently. I think I hear that the larger concern across this body of commissioners is solving for the roads. There are questions about whether this is a religious institution or educational institution, but the larger issue is around roads. Is there really no path for us to forward this with approval on the condition that the road issues are resolved? Is there just no path for us to do that?
I guess, Commissioner Rexroad, when you say road issues resolved, what do you mean? Like, what does that mean?
So that's a great question. I think that's probably the key question. What is the definition of an adequate road solution? I mean, that's something that the applicant can do anything about at all. Are we really in a position where we're going to say no to this applicant's efforts and plans because we haven't been able to provide an infrastructure for them to operate on? So Julia, Commissioner Butler, I think that's probably the $1 million question, maybe even literally, is what is an adequate answer for this road? And can we, in some way, approve this on the condition that that question be resolved? I don't know if it's to the satisfaction of the neighbors, to the satisfaction of the township, or who that might fall on.
I guess is that for Mary or Jeff, I assume?
I'm not sure, Commissioner Butler, who answers that question, but what maybe I would ask that of Mary and Jeff. Is there a path where we can send this forward with an approval, should people want to do that, with a condition that the road issues are resolved?
Yeah, I recall one conditional use permit that had something very similar. And so it passed, the planning commission forwarded it on, but the condition was that before it goes to the county commission, the issue had to be resolved. So the applicant had to work with the township, maybe talk with the county engineer and find out if there are any options, but they had to have a solution before it went to the county commission, so they weren't having the same discussion. So that kind of set the time frame. The applicant worked with the township, and in this case, it was much simpler. They just had to pay a fee for the number of vehicles they had or something like that. But I don't know what this solution would be, but that would be one way to do it if you want to forward it, but to say that that would have to be resolved before it goes to the county commission.
So in that particular case, I'm not saying that we would do it, but if the majority wanted to, we could forward this with approval on the condition that the applicant work with with the townships to come up with a solution. And then the county commission would be given that question. Instead of trying to solve it here through deferral or through other work, the county commission would be given that as a question. Does this meet what they require to approve it? If yes, great, you go ahead. If not, then they send it back. But at least there's a path for the applicant to get through to an approval.
Yeah, so at least it's going when they've met, they've discussed with the township, and then they have the township information. So it has more information when it goes to the county commission. So they're not getting the same discussion we're in. And so I think it'd be easier for them to make a decision, if it was required for them to do the groundwork first and provide whatever they work out with the township to the county commission. And if they're not able to work anything out, that's what they would provide. And Jeff might have a better solution than that, but that seems like kind of a route.
I would agree with Mary. That is, I think, a possible route that the planning commission may consider in that instance, if that's the board's discretion.
Chad, go ahead.
I appreciate the effort on trying to go that way. I'm concerned that it's not very realistic, because I think in other cases, providing dust control is something that an applicant can do on a gravel road, and conditions have been often written to do that. I don't think there's a middle ground here. You can't pay a fee and have this road survive. And that's the problem. And that's probably why a maintenance agreement wasn't previously kind of covered on this item is it's really, there's not that middle ground here with chip seal road. It's going to last a while longer, and then it's going to be gone. And then what? And so I'm concerned that forwarding it on won't resolve that question. And the idea that we haven't provided infrastructure to support the use. I mean, I think in the rural areas, we really often look at it the other way, that we provide a basic service in areas that historically have been agricultural. And if somebody wants to propose something different, then the question for everybody is, does the infrastructure support that? And so when you've got gravel roads and township roads, that may not be the case. And that may be kind of the deciding factor.
Thanks, Chad.
So are we talking about 1500 road? Are we talking about 800 road? Like, are we talking about them all?
All of it.
All of them.
So to me, we vote yes or no to what we have, and then send it on, and the county commission will decide what to do next. So, I mean, especially with what Chad just said, I mean, we've got no negotiation room on the road. Either we agree that that this meets the conditions with the road the way it is and will be, or it doesn't. So that's kind of where we are now.
Yeah, if I may, I was just going to say, thank you. I was going to say something similar, that our responsibility here is to take the information compiled by staff, to give fair consideration to the applicant, and to pass on our recommendation to the elected officials who are the actual decision makers here. And yeah, getting back to what I said a little while ago, based on this input, my fair consideration is that the infrastructure doesn't sustain this use, not that it's anyone's responsibility to provide infrastructure to support the use.
Thanks, Commissioner Carter. And I guess I would just briefly respond. I think I appreciate Commissioner Rexroad for trying to see if there was an alternative path that would involve recommending approval with the condition that these things be worked out. But I mean, I think it sounded like the examples that Mary gave, or at least the example, was a pretty technical thing that could be resolved just by payment. This is a bigger undertaking, so it's hard for me to imagine crafting or us coming up with a condition that would be satisfactory and that could actually be accomplished. So I'm sort of now going back to maybe thinking it's just having to vote to approve or deny it sort of as is.
Chair?
Yeah.
I agree with Commissioner Carter, and I plan to vote to deny it. If there is a potential resolution for the traffic issue that can be come up with before the county commission, I'm glad for them to reverse that. But I think that that is the evidence we have before us is that it cannot support the traffic for the use that is suggested.
Thanks, Commissioner Willie. Any other commissioners wanted to? Are you raising your hand, Commissioner Butler?
To make a motion.
Oh, well, are there any other comments or questions before we get a motion? Since last time there was. None? Okay. I mean, sure, go for it.
Okay. I move that we deny the conditional use permit for a non-for-profit educational or philanthropic institutional use and forward the conditional use or denial of the conditional use permit to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for denial based on the discussion that we've had here and the list of factors and conditions in the staff report.
Okay. So motion to deny the CUP and forward it on with that recommendation. Commissioner Carter, is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any other comments before we vote?
Just one. This one should be required viewing for new planning commissioners, just to show how convoluted we can get and to talk about all kinds of levels of process to get back to a yes or no vote. Because we went through lots and lots of different issues here. So I think this is a good instructional one. So with that, that's it.
And you wonder what you deserve.
And then they'll say, yes, well, what did I get into?
That's right. Okay. Anybody else want to say anything before we vote?
Just that I'm kind of sad about it. I think the infrastructure can't support it, but I'm sorry to not be able to support that for the use itself. I didn't have any issues with the use.
Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Willie. I again piggyback on that. This isn't about the use; it's about the infrastructure.
Okay. Then with that, Jeff, can you go ahead and read the roll?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Thank you to representatives of the applicant and the members of the public that hung around for that one. I'll find my place here. So we are to number 5 on our agenda. It's 9:30 though, so we've been going for about 3 hours. I'm gonna suggest we take maybe a 5-minute break and reconvene 9:37 or so.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Speak for.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for the delay on that little longer than 5-minute break. But we left off with item number 5, which is to consider approving a text amendment, TA 2200-082, to revise Article 12-312 of the Zoning and Land Use Regulations for unincorporated territory in Douglas County, Kansas, floodplain management regulations, and other articles as needed to reflect the changes. I think we have Mary Miller and Chad Voigt with us to present on this one.
Good evening. I'm just going to introduce this amendment, and then I'll ask Chad Voigt, the county engineer, to discuss the changes which are being proposed and answer any questions you might have. This amendment is necessary to bring the county floodplain management regulations into conformance with state and FEMA requirements. And one of the changes being made is the removal of the floodway and floodway fringe overlay districts. They were included in the original floodplain regulations, but they have never been used. We have no rezonings ever to these districts. But as a result of that change, other sections of the zoning regulations needed to be updated to reflect the revised terminology in the floodplain management regulations. And there's a table in the staff report that lists all the other changes in the zoning regulations that are needed to accommodate this revised language. And Chad prepared the draft language for the regulations, and he provided 2 versions for you. One shows all the changes, and the other one is the clean version. And at this time, I'll just turn this over to Chad.
Great. Thank you, Mary. 213 pages. So let me just break down what's in there. Obviously the cover, and then Mary's memo, and then the first version is the marked up version that shows track changes, and the next version of once you get past the track version, then you get to the version where it's a clean version that's easier to read. Let me just zip down through there, and then there are a whole bunch of pages, as Mary said, that are the other parts of our zoning code where we're just changing a word here and there so that we're consistent. And that has to do with the overlay district issue, which I'll cover in a second. And once you get below all of those pages and pages where there are a handful of changes scattered through there, and you get all the way down to a letter we received, page 161, and this was notifying us that we need to make these changes. And we actually get the initial notice from the state, and then FEMA is following up with letters to the Board of Commissions. So the letter, it outlines why the change is necessary and that we need to work with the state to make the changes. It's also includes the federal code, which is the supporting evidence that this is a requirement. Moving on below that, another letter and the summary of map actions. And so this whole thing has been initiated because we have some new floodplain maps. And the summary of map actions is when they say, okay, the maps they meet our requirements and they're ready to go official. They're going to be official on this date. And that's the notice to the community officially that the map is being changed in certain areas. And then below that, the final document is an example ordinance that the state has provided to all counties. And it's not a one size, well, it's an attempt to be a one size fits all, and it's not. It's for counties that don't have zoning, and it's for counties that do. It's for counties that don't have a lot of the sections that we have. So you can't just take the model ordinance that the state has provided and put a stamp on it and call it good. And we wouldn't want to do that. There are a lot of things in there that are inconsistent with rural areas in Douglas County. So that's why we do have our own version of the code. And then once we get through this review process, it has to be approved by the state, and the chief engineer of the Division of Water Resources actually has to sign it and seal it, authorizing it. And so it's a multi-step process to get this approved. If you are to move this forward with your recommendation for approval, the county commission would have to pass a resolution to adopt the new regulations, and then they still would not be official until they go to the state for final approval. So back to the top, I'll start with the overlay districts. So in 2001, the city of Lawrence came up with some floodplain management regulations that were kind of unique, and the floodplain overlay districts were proposed at that time because I was involved in that process, and we were not using the FEMA floodplains to regulate. We were adding additional freeboard, which was at the time in the industry, there was a topic about adding freeboard, and it wasn't anything that was regulatory yet, but the city decided that was a good move with a lot of development pressure that was going on. So we actually had 2 feet of freeboard throughout the city. And the floodplain overlay district was the only way to accomplish that because the FEMA maps don't represent that. So if you're going to tell a landowner you're regulated, you got to draw a line that shows that you're regulated. So the floodplain overlay district terminology is unique to Lawrence. And when the county adopted regulations, 8 or 10 years later, I think they drug over some language that maybe doesn't apply in the county. There are no floodplain overlay districts actually being used in the county. We're not using 2 feet of freeboard to regulate. We're using the FEMA maps. And so that's the reason that those overlay districts have to come out of there, is that they're really just going unused. And the language can be obviously very confusing to lay people or anybody who's trying to read the code and follow it. So that's one big issue. And then essentially a lot of the other issues are just that the model ordinance has changed, and FEMA likes to update their statements and they try to make them more approachable to the general population with their terms and their concepts. You know, years ago, we talked about the 100-year flood, and the 100-year flood confused people because they would get flooded and they'd say, well, it's not supposed to flood again for 100 years. And that's just not the way the statistics work. So then they moved to the 1% chance flood, but that's, you know, a little too nerdy. So they quit doing that altogether, and they've really reverted to this term of special flood hazard area to just encompass all floodplains. And special flood hazard area kind of has that, you know, all encompassing, oh yeah, I get it. It's a flood hazard area and it's special and we need to worry about it. So that's one instance of where language has changed over time. At the federal level, it's been implemented at the state level, and the state is kind of a stickler about these things. And currently they're hitting us pretty hard. And that's why there are so many revisions in here. They really want to see that language that's national language in our code. And to get the chief engineer's signature, we've got to make those changes to get there. So the track change document, you know, I had to do this with kind of the one code on one side and the old code on the other side. And I just gave up on trying to insert words in sentences, and I just blew away whole sections and replaced them. And it made it easier to read probably. It looks like a lot of changes, but if you really study what's in there, it's pick this sentence up, move it over here, change one word. So substantively, there's not a lot going on here. It's still the same regulations. It still does the same thing. So I think maybe with that, I'll just stop and let you ask questions if there are technical issues or anything about what we've got going on here. I used to run the program that approved these, so that's why I'm intimately familiar with it. And Tanya is actually our floodplain administrator and certified to do this, but having the background of previously doing these things, I took it on to kind of take that workload away and talk to the state directly. So with that, I'll leave it up to questions.
Thank you much, Chad. Are there any members of the public on the call that want to talk about this item?
There do not appear to be.
Okay. I know. I was expecting more. Okay, then we'll have some discussion. Do any commissioners have questions for Chad or Mary? Go ahead.
A quick question for you, Chad. The remapping, the FEMA remapping of the Washington Creek area, how does that play into these new regulations, or is that even finished?
That is not finished. There's a draft that's pretty far along, and we're actually able to use some of that information, but it's not finished. And that is in the lower Kansas watershed. The mapping that we're talking about tonight is the Maridazine watershed. So basically the Santa Fe Trail South. So that's primarily Franklin County, but some of Douglas County got remapped.
Thanks.
Question, Chad, what happens if this is not approved, this text amendment?
we don't have a choice. So we've got to get an approved ordinance, or we lose our coverage under the National Flood Insurance Program. And that affects in Douglas County 77 policies. So I think it's 77. So, we would fall out of favor with FEMA and get nasty letters. And if there happened to be a flood, they could say, well, you weren't part of the program when that flood hit. The program's been around since 1968. It's as federal programs go, it's impressive in how it is ubiquitous. I mean, you can go to any local community in the United States and people can talk like this about this, which is impressive. It's also a federal program. So, it's bankrupt. It can't pay for emergency response that's needed. They learned that after Katrina. So I guess that's a long answer to say that ultimately we would probably still get help, but they are going to send us a lot of nasty letters if we don't get something past the chief engineer in the near future. We're probably going to miss our deadline, actually, based on just the way the meetings have worked out calendar wise. So we'll probably get a nasty letter anyway, but we're getting close to that deadline, and we'll get something hopefully through, and we'll be okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Rexroad, go ahead.
Thanks, Chad, for the work. Do you have a sense based on the work you had to do? And I'd looked through the edited draft, and wow, was there a lot of change. And that, do you have a sense that in general the code's improved based on that work? And I'm also wondering about the work that's to come on the code rewrite. How much of this is going to be addressed as other code is reviewed down the road? How do we maintain what FEMA's asking for in other development processes?
On that last point, are you referring to the building codes? You were muted there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So those are separate issues. This floodplain code is fairly straightforward and streamlined to National Flood Insurance Program regulations for land development, for finished floor elevations, floodproofing, those kind of things. And the building code is kind of another wing of all of this. And as far as flood insurance goes, the community gets better rates if there are adopted codes. And so that kind of comes in on the back end. The landowners will get better rates. So this code won't change with the building code issues that we're going to address. On your first question, yes, it's much more streamlined. I took some liberties with moving some things around to make more sense. We had, if you look at it, there's a section called general standards, and then there's a section called specific standards. But what I was finding is we were jumping right into some specific standards, and then you get down to the specific standards and making general statements. And so some things have been flipped around just to make more sense. And that goes back to the model ordinance, which also has a lot of structural issues that if you're trying to make it fit your community, it's a challenge. So having reviewed a lot of other counties and communities' ordinances and seeing how things are put together, I think ours is now going to be one of the better ones in terms of just getting to the point, getting the job done.
Awesome. Thanks, Chad.
Any other questions in the commission?
I would make a motion.
Yeah, I think we're probably ready.
Too early for that.
I don't think it is too early.
I move to approve text amendment TA 22-82, revising the floodplain management regulations, Article 12-312 of the zoning and land use regulations for the unincorporated territory of Douglas County, Kansas, and other sections of the regulation as needed to reflect the changes as noted in the attached draft language, and forward it to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval.
Thanks, Commissioner Willie. So we have a motion to approve it and forward it on to the County Commission with a recommendation for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Carter, thank you. Any other comments or questions before we vote from the commission?
Thank you for the work, Chad.
Thank you, Mary, for bringing it forward. That's the hard part.
Very good. Jeff, can you read the roll, please?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Very good. That brings us to the last item on our regular agenda, number 6, which is to consider approving text amendment TA 22-00115, revising the zoning and land use regulations for the unincorporated territory of Douglas County, Kansas, placing limits on the CP zoning district to implement the measures implemented with TA 21-00107, growth management measures in the Lawrence urban growth area. And Mary Miller is going to present on this one again.
Yes, thank you. This amendment is just an implementation step for the amendment you made last year to the subdivision regulations. As you recall, we limited the amount of land divisions that are possible in the urban growth area. And those limits were that in Tier 2, the only land division possible before annexation is an exemption to the subdivision regulations. And in Tier 3, the only land division possible are the exemptions, and then you can divide as if you were outside of the urban growth area. So you could rezone to Ag 2 and do a rural certificate of survey. So technically, the clustered preservation certificates of survey, which allowed the higher density residential divisions, are only possible on land that was already zoned CP. However, we wanted to go ahead and add this information to the zoning regulations, so we didn't have a zoning district that technically is useless to rezone to. And so we worked with the county counselor to come up with wording that would make that appropriate. And he suggested the wording that as a means to implement the growth management measures incorporated into the subdivision regulations with joint ordinance number 8970, resolution number 21-14, as of October 10th, 2021, it is no longer permissible to rezone property to the CP district. However, the district remains in the zoning regulations to provide guidance for land use and development on property that was zoned CP prior to October 10th, 2021. And we deleted other language we had related to CP, which required you to rezone to that district if you were in the urban growth area. And so this is just an implementation, kind of a cleanup step, so our zoning regulations are aligned with our subdivision regulations. And so staff recommends approval of this and forwarding it to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much, Mary. Are there any members of the public on the Zoom call that wish to speak to this item? If so, raise your hand.
I'm not seeing any members of the public.
Okay. Thank you. Then close public comments and bring it to the commission. Any commissioners have any thoughts or comments, or questions for Mary on this one?
Mary, do you mind walking us through kind of how the CP district came to be and what problems we had with it and why we've come to this point?
Yes, in the earlier report, I had the CP report. I mentioned there was a CP area that was formerly A1, and that was I get the word mixed up, but rural subdivision residential district. And it was intended only for the UGA. And before 2006, residential development was encouraged to move to the UGA, which we ended up getting a lot of the UGA divided up. And these earlier divisions didn't have build-out plans, and they didn't take into consideration how they would be divided once they got annexed. And then we looked at how it was being divided now. We had quite a few certificates of survey. We pretty much had a rush from 2000, maybe 15 on. It was amazing just how many land divisions there were occurring in the urban growth area. And these are not your typical kind of land divisions we had previously, where you just had modest homes. They were very large homes on 3-acre parcels, and discovered that would be difficult. Even with the build-out plan, once it get annexed, it's hard to divide that into higher density residential. And so to make it easier for land that's going to be annexed, that's why Tier 2, the condition was that there would be no division. And that way we have greenfield when it becomes in. And then outside of tier 2, the decision was that it would develop as if it was outside the urban growth area. Minimum lot size would be 10 acres. So when it comes in, as far as city purposes, we would consider that greenfield as well, because a block is typically about 3 acres. So we'd have about 3 blocks with every lot that comes in, which would just really help it develop once it comes into the city, but it would maintain the rural character and prevent that too early residential development that was occurring. So it was seen as a necessary requirement. And now that I think of it, another principal component was the wear and tear on the infrastructure. You know, having so many more residences was putting a lot of demand on township roads and county roads and infrastructure. And it was primarily intended to slow growth. If we were just keeping up with it, the intention of the CP district was to slow it from what they had before. But then that wasn't quite enough. So the idea was that we would just eliminate it and slow growth that way.
Thank you for that.
Any other commissioners? No questions? No concerns? Good.
Oh, I think the one communication we had was right on point. We don't need it. We don't want it. Let's get rid of it. So.
Very good. Well, does anybody feel comfortable making a motion?
Oh, it's Karen and Julia's last and Greg's last chance to make motions.
I just did one.
Huh?
I just did one.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
You take yours. Julia, would you like to make a motion?
Absolutely. I move that we approve text amendment TA 22-00115, revising the zoning and land use regulations for the unincorporated territory of Douglas County, Kansas, as noted in the attached draft language, and forward to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Butler. That's a motion to approve the text amendment and send it on with that recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second, Commissioner Payton.
Thank you, Commissioner Payton. Any other comments? Just give the opportunity before we vote. No, Jeff, can you go ahead and read the roll then?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Very good. That brings us to, well, I guess that concludes the regular agenda portion of our meeting, but we are not done yet. We have several miscellaneous new or old business items, and the first of which is to consider a variance per section 2813G of the Land Development Code associated with minor subdivision MS2200129, Locust 6th Street Edition at 623 Locust Street and 645 Locust Street. Consider a variance from the right-of-way width requirements required per section 20810E5I of the Land Development Code for Collector Street, Locust Street. And I think we have Luke Mortensen on there to present here.
Good evening, Commissioners. Luke Mortensen, Planner and Planning Development Services. Becky and I have been texting tonight. We're going to try to get you through these last couple items as quickly as possible. As Chair Sinclair just noted, this is a variance from the design standards to reduce the required right-of-way width for a portion of Locust Street, which is a collector street. The minor subdivision replat that this is associated with is being reviewed administratively by staff. The applicant seeks to establish a new lot by combining an existing platted lot and a portion of a previously platted North Lawrence and Additions block up in North Lawrence. This proposed lot will satisfy the IG General Industrial District density and dimensional standards. The variance from the required right-of-way width is the only proposed Planning Commission variance associated with the subject property. Future variances relating to other items such as building setbacks would be considered by the Board of Zoning Appeals. This proposed variance will reduce the required right-of-way width from 80 feet to 70 feet and is in lieu of the applicant dedicating 1/2 of the required right-of-way as is required by the Land Development Code. I will refer mostly to my memo for analysis and review, but this item satisfied the conditions set forth by the subdivision regulations, specifically Section 20-813 of the Land Development Code. Staff believes strict application of these regulations may create an unnecessary hardship upon the subdivider, that the proposed variance is in harmony with the intended purposes of these regulations, and that public health, safety, and welfare will be protected. This will allow for the consolidation and potential redevelopment of 2 industrially zoned parcels and will move the subject property towards compliance. Additionally, the city engineer recommended supported this variance request at the beginning of May. To conclude, staff recommends approval of the variance requested for a minor subdivision replat MS-22-00129 to reduce the required right-of-way width for a collector street from 80 feet to 70 feet for the properties currently addressed as 623 Locust Street and 645 Locust Street. With that, I can stand for questions. Paul Warner is the applicant, but he had let me know earlier in the day that he may or may not be able to make it. So I'm not sure if he's with us, but I'm comfortable answering questions as well.
Thank you, Luke. I guess, is Paul Warner, are you on the line there? Okay. Are there any members of the public on the call that wish to comment on this one?
I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Becky. Then we'll bring it back to the commission. Does anybody have comments or questions on this one for Luke?
Looks okay to me.
Who else thinks it looks okay? Right. Commissioner Willie's on the record for thinking it looks okay.
I can go ahead and make a motion.
Sure.
Sharon Ashworth, Planning Commissioner. I move we approve the variance requested for a minor subdivision to reduce the right-of-way width per section 2810 for as Collector Street, Locust Street from 80 feet to 70 feet for properties located at 623 Locust Street and 645 Locust Street. And forward that approval to the, no, that just stops with us, doesn't it? Okay, so there. I move that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. That's a motion to approve the variance requested. Is there a second?
Second. So there.
Carter. Seconded. Jeff, can you go ahead and read the roll on that one?
Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payden?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
And that is then takes us to the second item on our miscellaneous agenda here. That's to consider approving a variance associated with a minor subdivision MS-2200-073 from the right-of-way width along East 23rd Street, a principal arterial street, for DCCCA edition number 2, located at 1739 East 23rd Street. And I believe Becky Pepper is going to present on this one.
Thank you very much. As stated, the item before you this evening is a request for a variance from the right-of-way width standards for principal arterial required by the subdivision design standards. As you mentioned, this variance request is related to minor subdivision for DCCCA edition number 2. minor subdivision MS 22-00073, which proposes the creation of 2 lots at 1730 East 23rd Street. Minor subdivisions are reviewed administratively. However, Planning Commission approval is required for variances from the subdivision standards. The subdivision standards require that principal arterials have a minimum right-of-way width of 150 feet, and the applicant proposes retaining the existing right-of-way width for East 23rd Street, which does vary along this portion of the street and has a minimum, at a minimum, it measures 140.8 feet wide adjacent to the subject property. Staff has reviewed this variance request against the decision-making criteria provided in the subdivision regulations, and this analysis and the decision-making criteria can be found in the memo that's included in this evening's agenda packet. Staff concluded that the proposed variance meets all 3 of the criteria needed for approval. The city engineer also reviewed the variance request and is supportive of maintaining the current right-of-way width and indicated that there are no plans to widen the roadway in this area. Based on the findings presented in the variance memo, staff recommends approving the variance request to allow for a reduced right-of-way width adjacent to this property of 140.8 feet at the property located at 1739 East 23rd Street, related to minor subdivision MS 22-00073. With that, I'll stand for any questions. And I do not believe that the applicant is here.
Okay, thank you, Becky. Is there any member of the public on the call that wants to talk about this one?
Still not seeing any.
Okay. All right, commissioners, does anybody have any concerns about this variance requested or? Well, yeah, any concerns first?
I like how you're actually disappointed when nobody is online to talk to us.
We're trying to get to midnight just for.
Gotta keep you.
I know.
Does anybody feel comfortable making a motion for this one?
Okay, I will again. Commissioner Sharon Ashworth, unless anybody else wants that. I move we consider approving a variance associated with minor subdivision MS 22-00073 from the right-of-way width along East 23rd Street, a principal arterial street for DCCCA addition number 2, located at 1739 East 23rd Street. There. I move to approve that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ashworth. A motion to approve it. Do we have a second? Commissioner Butler, seconded by hand motion. Thank you. Jeff, can you read the roll on that?
Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Very good. Thank you. So then that takes us to the third item on our miscellaneous list, which is to appoint a planning commissioner who has to be a city appointee to serve on the Land Development Code Steering Committee. And I guess I was wondering, Jeff, would you be able to sort of speak to the background of this and just remind, I guess maybe help us know how the steering committee came to be, like what its composition is, maybe real quick.
Sure. Well, kind of the quick story of the process is the city commission authorized the city manager to sign a professional services agreement with Clarion and Associates to revise the land development code. And as part of that, we asked that they formed a steering committee that made up of about 14 members. One of the seats included a member from the Planning Commission, but also the Affordable Housing Advisory Board, Sustainability Advisory Board, Multimodal Transportation Commission, and a few other different slots and at-larges. And the steering committee would be chaired by one of the city commissioners. And so they asked for you this evening is one of the 5 of you that is a city appointee to be appointed to represent the Planning Commission on the board, provide that guidance and insight for the consultant as part of that revision process. So we expect and we hope it will wrap up within 24 months of being started. It was started in April, so we're hoping to have a pretty quick timeline with everything, but kind of a very fast synopsis of everything.
Who I guess proposed the seats and from whom those seats would be filled?
The staff put forward kind of a starting point for the city commission to consider. The city commission revised that to add some different seats that they felt were necessary. So that was really kind of a starting block by us, and then it was rounded out by the commission. Those seats.
Was there any consideration given to having more than one planning commissioner on there, given the amount that we interact, I guess, with the land development code?
No, I can't say that there was. We put it forward with one thinking kind of as that starting point on that one. There was some other seats that were on there the commission had altered and maneuvered certain. I think there was the words are fading at 10 o'clock at night. Sorry. There was a couple seats that were kind of revised and altered based on that. So have a little bit less representation in one, but have more representation by the community in other aspects. But I can't recall there being a discussion of multiple planning commissioners on the board.
Is there any room for flexibility on that?
Not at this time. The resolution was signed by the city commission for the one.
Okay. Are you giving me side eye?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking. I'm only asking because I've talked to more than one commissioner who are interested, and I just didn't know if there was a possibility for that. But I mean, as a chair, I'm allowed to suggest someone, and so I was going to suggest Commissioner Carpenter. I think as the appointment from our planning commission. I think the land development code is sort of being revised, and that's a lot being pushed, I think, from what we did with Plan 2040. And I think Commissioner Carpenter has a lot of that experience having been here, and I think would be well served to be on the committee for that. And so that would be my recommendation. I would put that out there, but I don't want to have it be sort of an authoritarian dictate. And so I'd unless anybody objects or would like to discuss more, that would be my sort of desire for an appointment at this point.
I would be very glad to see Commissioner Carpenter serving in that role. It's a very good understanding of the land development code, more so than most private citizens here. However, he also comes off in a year, and we've got a 24-month process. It would be really very nice to be able to have two planning commission voices on that, so that as we would roll off, that there would be another continuity.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's going to want to step onto that like I did with the Plan 2040 steering committee at the very end of it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rexroad, go ahead.
I was just basically repeat Karen's comments. I can't think of anybody more qualified and better suited than Commissioner Carpenter to take on that work. I had also raised my hand. I was one of the other commissioners that had said that. And the only concern I have is just on continuity. As one person leaves and another person steps in, and finding some way to stay connected to that process so that we don't miss anything, don't have any gaps. So I'd offer my service in that in whatever way makes sense for this body.
So, Commissioner Rexford, if I end up doing it, you have to shadow.
I'm signing up if that is okay with you, Commissioner Carter.
I mean, it would just be a matter of, keeping up with everything so you can step in.
Yeah, understood that. Yep.
And then we could do that. That would be easy enough.
Is this something we have to vote on?
Yes.
So we can have, I saw you, I think, nod your head that we can have more than one person.
No.
Not at the same time.
The resolution only allows for one appointment for the planning commission, but it's kind of to Commissioner Willie's point, though, is planning. I think we had a total of 4 planning commissioners that served on Plan 2040 steering committee. So it doesn't have to be a commissioner that has to go the full length of it. There would be a bit of a learning curve depending upon where the transition steps in there.
So do I hear you saying that we could do Jim Carpenter with Gary Rexroad shadowing to step in when Jim goes off the planning commission?
The board's prerogative in that instance. The appointment is the planning commission's make.
So that's a yes.
So that's a yes. Sounds like you have a
if I could
motion.
just make an observation, that aside from the solar power policy, subcommittee, I can't think of another body for which we would depend more on, periodic reports at our meetings, the activities. I think I'll be fascinated to learn what's happening, in the steering committee. So
I'm sure you will be.
maybe I can shadow Commissioner Rexroad.
I think it's also fair to share that I think the Planning Commission will have a pretty high engagement with this process, given your role and all the things that you see and do. So I don't think you will see a role and have a part in that one. This will just be your voice at that steering committee table.
Where does this process go after the steering committee?
To the Planning Commission.
Is it?
It's very likely to go to the Planning Commission, City Commission for consideration.
So is that going to be an official title now, Shadow Commissioner?
Yes. I vote for yes. We could even get him a cake.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, so Jeff, just to be clear, should I move to appoint Commissioner Carpenter and then vote on that, or is
You can make a motion to nominate and then go through like a normal voting procedure.
okay? I mean, I would. Well, do you want to make the motion? Since you kind of have this idea.
I would it's my pleasure to do so. I move that we appoint nominate Commissioner Carpenter to the Land Development Code, and that Commissioner Rexroad shadow Jim in a shadow commissioner type of mode.
Or step in.
If Jim
fail.
Yes, all of the above. That is my nomination.
I would say that.
Just before we vote, how much of this does this get communicated? This weird arrangement we're talking about? Is this just like for our edification in a year or whatever when Jim's no longer a planning commissioner?
I'm sure the city commission will watch, but it is a little bit more of your edification at that point, because it is up to, if a reappointment was necessary, the planning commission would put somebody else forward.
Yeah. All right.
Are we the only body who wanted to put two when we were required to put one? That's what I would.
Probably. Okay. Well, any other comments before we just vote on that?
Are you
I think there needs to be a second.
Oh, Commissioner Willie seconded it. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Do we need to hear if Commissioner Carpenter is willing?
Oh, sure.
No.
Okay.
No. He's here. He doesn't get a vote.
Really is. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a yes. Let's vote. Jeff, can you read the rule, please?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Okay, don't everyone get up so fast.
Oh.
Commissioner Brother, we have one more item.
I'm ready.
So the last thing is to, I think, dissolve the solar ad hoc committee, unless there's any desire from them. The presiding member of that committee.
I would move to dissolve the solar ad hoc subcommittee. And that should be 3 seconds all at once.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Willie.
Oh, I think Commissioner Ashworth had it first.
Oh, Commissioner Ashworth. That's the second.
And Rexroad. So we have 3 seconds.
Okay. Well, I think we talked and expressed our appreciation at a previous meeting. So but again, thank you for all your hard work. Can we read the roll on that one, Jeff?
Commissioner Ashworth,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter,
Yes.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Payton,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad,
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Willie.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0.
Great. That's it for our agenda tonight. Jeff, is there anything else that we need to talk about?
We have no other items for you this evening.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
How about a second?
It's my favorite part.
Commissioner Willie, I think. Second. All right. Jeff, can you read the roll?
Commissioner Ashworth?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Carpenter?
No.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
Commissioner Payton?
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroad?
Yes.
Commissioner Shanklin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Willie?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-1.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks to you all.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
I didn't get to know you before because I